Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Collective Clicks Nation. Today we're going to go over a set review for Batman Team Up. Now, this video ended up going a lot longer than what I thought it would, and that's on me. I'm the content creator. I need to be able to drive the conversation forward, but hopefully you guys can, uh, fast forward through, try to find the things that you're most interested about in this set. We'll have TIE Fighter, Josh, and the Iron Grandpa, of course, Bob, and as well as Alex, who is a local judge here that has been out of the game but just recently got back into it. He's going to pop on a little bit later in the set review. But we started off with the legacy cards, went into the mystery cards, and then into the objects. We started off that way for a reason. I wanted to get as much information as we could. I wanted to get the top of our minds on those things because I feel like those are the most important things in this set. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Please let me know what you think down in the comments below. And happy Clixing, guys. Peace.
You could try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. Looking for change, looking for pain. Pulling a mob, pushing a train. I'll never stop, stick to a lane. Pick up the pieces and go rearrange.
Okay, guys, so starting off, we are going to start with the legacy cards. The first legacy card that we have in the set is the Batman, and it is from just the basic Batman set.
Batman.
I mean, that makes sense. It is a common. It comes in at 100 points, 60 points, and 30 points. What you're probably going to see it mostly is on the 30-point line, just as point filler. But it is a legacy card, so if you do have it, he can be put on your team. His keywords are Batman Family Detective, Gotham City Justice League International Outsiders, improved targeting hindering. He has a trait that gives him flight, and when Batman carried characters have the Batman team ability until your next turn. And then another trait that gives him super senses and willpower. And then his special and attack that he doesn't have on top click but has for the rest of his dial is Smoke Cloud and Precision Strike, and he gets free if Batman occupies hindering terrain. Place him in a square of hindering terrain within 4 squares and line of fire. Like I said, I don't see him being played anywhere other than 30 points, and he doesn't really have any keywords that fit into Marvel outside of Detective. Do you guys have any thoughts?
It's you said as a point filler, but again, as a 30-point filler, I don't see a whole lot that he contributes to the team, especially on that top click. You think of a 30-point figure, his first click needs to do something that's supportive, and not having Outwit or Perplex on that top 30-point click to me just seems. It's Smoke Cloud, but it's not even a free Smoke Cloud kind of deal. So I don't see the value necessarily, but maybe there's something with that putting Batman team ability on people, but that's a lot.
My esteemed colleague, TIE Fighter, I disagree with you, sir. Right off the bat, because 30 points, he's flying, he's carrying someone, and he puts someone in stealth. To give him the Batman team ability, can you imagine him carrying, for example, the Iron Hammer and sticking him in stealth?
Yeah, you're right.
And moreover, even though you're right about the keywords, Eric, he does have, is it Justice League? He's got the Justice League keywords, so you can bootstrap him through celebrity with, we'll get into it later on, Deathstroke onto other teams.
Yeah, and Deathstroke fixes a lot, and we'll get into him.
So he's not, even though you're right, as far as Marvel, he can be bootstrapped into Marvel teams.
That is true. Yeah, I do appreciate the addition of some keyword cheating in this set. I wish they had done more.
And yeah, as you said, Bob, that does make sense for some sort of you have and this won't be repeated again after this comment, but with Emperor Gladiator, you carry him up with somebody like that, or have Batman and just being ready to attack or have that defensive stealth to last another turn kind of deal. That is strong. That is strong.
Hmm. On top of that, it's improved targeting hindering. So if he does get down onto the outwit, then he can outwit through stealth.
Yes.
And take away somebody else's stealth. And that special on attack gives him an 8 square charge. So, or a 10 square reach with a range attack. It's not nothing. He's pretty strong for 30 points, but having to run him, you would have to run him at Deathstroke if you're not running Detective to get him onto any other team that's viable.
Correct. Agreed.
Okay, so that takes us to Commissioner Gordon, who can also be bootstrapped onto a lot of teams. He comes in with the Detective, Gotham City, and Police keyword, and that is important because his special on attack is TK and TKS free, but only to target another friendly character that shares a keyword with Commissioner Gordon. This piece is almost a must play on anything that you can't fit Venom Magneto on, I would say. He is a cheaper version of Venom Magneto. Does come in with Barrier. That is also a very powerful thing for a support piece to have, along with his leadership. And that Force Blast might come into handy after Beyond Amazing drops the Spider-Man set.
Yep.
When did the knockback rules come back in, Eric?
With the Beyond Amazing set.
All right. Yeah, they've got a lot. There's a lot of characters I've noticed in the set that has knockback, so they're setting them up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Mystery Inc. is really set up for the knockback rules to come back into play, and we'll get into those later as well. But another piece with free TK, I will mention that Polaris does have the Detective keyword and has double TK on her, but she comes in 10 points higher and is honestly probably better on a X-Men team because of her Hellfire Gala traits.
Yeah. She doesn't have leadership though, does she?
No.
Yeah, so that I feel like that in itself is pretty strong too.
Mm-hmm.
Just having that leadership on a fig that's going to kind of be sitting back in the back, so that is it's good.
Yes. Along with he could free TK and Barrier
There,
in one
absolutely.
turn. Yeah,
Yep.
and at that point,
That is
30
so
points
strong.
30 points is paying for itself.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, he's not even worth that. I mean, you can push 40, 45 points potentially, maybe. Nah, not 45, but 30. 30 is a very steal of a deal for that character.
Especially
I'd play him.
He's got the police keyword too. I mean, he's got the police team ability too.
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
police team ability. I mean, man, the more and more you talk about him, the more and more I'm like, if I don't know, Venom Magneto, I don't even know if he touches him with all the stuff.
Well, Venom Magneto can't be targeted if somebody's within 4 squares of him. And if
Sure.
he just.
But as a
works really
true
well
support with PD and Barrier, and
that's true.
I don't know.
That's fair.
It is. Very
Another thing to mention with the police keyword is he can be brought onto a Spider-Man family team with Miles West.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, you can run Marvella and Sokari and Iron Man, and they all share a keyword.
Deathstroke.
Okay, I think we're going to set a record for number of times that we say Deathstroke. Okay. All right. So another piece that pairs really well with Deathstroke is Crazy Jane. Because she does have a trait. They decide who I am today. At the beginning of your turn, roll a d6 and turn Crazy Jane to the number of click number matching the roll. When Crazy Jane removes a personality token, roll a d6 and turn her to the click number matching the roll. Her second trait is what really brings her on with a Mastermind piece. When revealing forces, give Crazy Jane a personality token for each 10 points of her point value. When Crazy Jane would take damage, instead, remove one of her personality tokens. When Crazy Jane has no personality tokens, KO her. Protected Pulse Wave. So it really doesn't matter what click you put her on. Every one of these clicks has a pretty powerful ability or support ability. And, you can choose how many points you want to run her at. If you just want to run, if you only have 10 points left, You could just run her at 10 points, and then, every turn you're getting some form of support for your team. But if you run her at 50, she becomes a really positive addition to your force. It turns any mastermind piece that you have that can't be outwitted into basically Sicarian Iron Man. They have to hit her 5 times, or they have to hit that mastermind piece 5 times, or get it away from Crazy Jane in some form or fashion.
Yeah. The only downside is keywords.
Yes, but Deathstroke. So.
Deathstroke. No, unfortunately, Deathstroke doesn't work with her.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, she doesn't have Justice League, or in that case, he doesn't work with Commissioner Gordon either.
Celebrity. Let me see. Nope, he will not.
So maybe not Deathstroke, but there is another legacy card that we'll cover here that might make Doom Patrol a decent keyword.
Okay.
Josh, any thoughts on Crazy Jane?
So you either play her at 10 or 50 points, correct?
Yeah, well,
any
number. You can run her at 10, 20, 30, 40, or 50. And I will say at 10 points, you are getting the Outsider's team ability for any wild cards that you have.
That is, man, whenever we played our sealed event, and that was the first time I've ever seen Outsider's team ability. That is so good.
Well,
to be fair, it's a lot better on Martian Man.
Martian Manhunter.
Yes. That's why.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of if anyone's been paying attention to what's going on in Florida right now, a lot of teams are running non-themed teams, and if you got Mastermind, she's perfect for that, and you can adjust her point-wise to fit your team. If you've only got 30 points, you can only give her 30 points, and it's still 3 hits. You get somebody it's taken 5 damage 3 times, and you only lose 30 points. It's paid for itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it really discourages players from hitting you with their big attack. If you have that Mastermind there. And if they're not hitting you with their big attack, you might not want to Mastermind it. So it adds to your team that much more. Even just at 10 points, if you can roll onto like her Perplex Quick with the TK and the 14 movement.
Maybe I'm just a big old baby, but that whole chance stuff, when I play HeroClix, I think my play style is to remove as much chance out of it as possible. And with a character like Crazy Jane, you just never know. Like, you just never know what you're gonna get, kind of deal. And that.
Well, that you're getting the Outsider's team ability.
Well, it's true. Very true. Very true.
Well,
but
Josh, you're not wanting her for anything other than the Mastermind, and if you get anything else out of it, it's a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You get it for Outsider and Mastermind.
True.
Just think how many, because you run mainly X-Men, think how many times that having multiple man just available to you has helped you out with that Underworld team ability.
Yep.
Because he's probably dying in 1 hit.
Yeah.
But okay, so that's Crazy Jane. Alex, are you with us?
I am here, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. For everyone that doesn't know, this is Alex.
Hello.
He is a longtime judge here in Springfield, and hopefully I gave a decent intro at the beginning of this video. But Alex, Alex is a very, very knowledgeable man, and we're happy to have him. Alex, we're going over the legacy cards now. We just got done with Crazy Jane, and we're going. We are going on to Nightwing. And I will say about this Nightwing before we get started, he's not, one of the most powerful pieces, especially in this set, but he is an amazing Nightwing.
Is this the Nightwing from Rebirth?
This is the Nightwing. No, this is the one from Crisis.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that. What I'm finding interesting is these different sets that they're pulling from nowadays.
Right. They're reaching back pretty far with these legacy cards, and I can appreciate that, but as a guy that didn't keep his stuff, I'm kind of hurting. So his first trait is Close Combat Expert and Empower. That really helps him, especially in today's modern. His special on movement is Charge, Flurry, and Leap Climb. And his special on attack that he gets on click 4, and then for the rest of his dial, is if Nightwing occupies elevated terrain, modify his combat values by +1. And then his special on defense that he has for his first 3 clicks only is combat reflexes, energy shield deflection, and super senses. He comes in at 50 points, has the Detective, Gotham City Martial Artist, Outsiders Police, and Teen Titans keyword. Like I said, very strong Nightwing. Definitely the best one that we have in Modern because he's the only Nightwing in Modern. But so that does appease any Nightwing fans out there. But I don't see him being very playable.
I find it weird how the only Nightwing we got in this set was from a legacy card. I feel like with how much they had packed into this set, that there was at least a little bit more room for possibly adding in Nightwing or Red Robin or something like that.
Well, it's difficult, especially when you add additional IPs to a set.
Yeah.
With 60 characters, they want to. I think there's something in there where they have like something in a contract or something like that. Anyways,
Probably.
I think they have to include at least one Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman in every set. And they want to give people, multiple versions of those characters.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have 2 different IPs that you're bringing in, and that's one of the additional benefits of having these legacy cards is you can reach back and grab some characters that maybe you couldn't fit into the set. I feel like Nightwing, Commissioner Gordon, The Question, the Riddler. I really wish Riddler had gotten a piece in this set, but I'm glad that they were able to, do a legacy card for one.
Well, the Riddler. Oh, I guess we'll get to that here when we get to him.
Mm-hmm.
What I really like about the Nightwing is that it pairs well with that end cap top click with leadership. It really does pair well with Titans, Outsiders, and most of the detectives that you'd get in this set.
Mm-hmm. True. Bob, Josh, anything to add?
You get 7 clicks for 50 points, which I think is pretty good, but there's just too many other characters that do other things
Yeah.
that he does for that.
Does Outsiders still work the same way it used to, where you target a click and they can't have their powers modified positively?
Yes.
Or negatively, either one.
Oh.
I kind of
Yeah,
wish.
they-
Oh, go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
I was just going the only difference is they've cut the range down from 10. It used to be 10 back in the old days for us old timers, down to 6.
I mean,
That's a Josh.
The issue with going back and grabbing old figs is, we can add, that special power at the top as a star power or whatever, but we can't change the dial. And you're going back, and if you're top click at 50-point fig and you're swinging with a 10 attack, and not really any way to modify that on yourself, that makes it kind of hard to play.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't even know a good way around something like that. But I mean, like I said, you're looking at 50-point figures, and you talk about Saki. He's swinging with 12 for a 50-point fig, and that's an extreme example or extreme comparison. But at the same time, like I think this is a really good fig. I think 50 points. I mean, if some of those combat values were just adjusted slightly, like this would be a very big contender for something you could potentially play. But with 17 defense, with 10 attack, 2 damage even, kind of is its downfall to me. I think it's a great fig. It's just
Yeah, like I said, it's a great Nightwing and a great adaptation of him. It's not there for competitive play.
Well, with comparing this Nightwing to the common Robin, I would actually reach for the legacy card Nightwing before I grab the common Robin, which I'll make mention when we get to him in the set.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, as I told you guys, anytime you can get Charge Flurry, and he does have close combat expert, so in the top 2 clicks, he's really not too bad.
yeah.
Yep. Problem is, at 50 points, you can just run Saki.
Absolutely.
So that takes us to the question: And this piece does stuff that no other piece in Clicks does at the moment, so he might actually be useful.
Yep.
He starts with 7 movement speed, special on attack that we'll get to, 17 defense, combat reflexes, and outwit. He has the detective, Justice League, martial artist, and reporter keyword. You're probably just looking at detective with this guy, maybe Justice League. But as I've said, Justice League falls off after rotation. His trait is, please, I go through everyone's trash. When an opposing character within 6 squares uses Outwit, Perplex, or PC, if there is no d6 on this card after resolutions, roll a d6 and place the result on this card. When a character within 6 squares makes an attack roll, you may remove the d6 from this card and replace a die in the roll with it. His special on attack is Smoke Cloud, and Smoke Cloud as free, but only to generate 1 marker. Friendly characters occupying hindering terrain markers generated by the question can use Shape Change. So he's giving your entire team Shape Change if you go with a full Smoke Cloud, or he's giving one of your characters Smoke Cloud every turn with his free Smoke Cloud. And on top of that, he's dice replacement, and he doesn't need to have line of fire to the character within 6 squares making the attack. And for 30 points, on top of that, you're getting Outwit. Very solid 30-point piece.
Man, I remember playing Question a long time ago, and it was like I played him like on every build I had, and then seeing this legacy card come back, and then the dice manipulation and the shape change. I don't know. This is probably one of my top like 3 favorite figs in the whole entire set, and maybe it's just nostalgia talking, but it is super cool.
Well, not only that, I mean, he adds so much to your force for those 30 points. Kind of like we were talking about with Commissioner Gordon. And they seem to have really gotten the legacy cards right in this set.
Mm-hmm.
The legacy cards seem to be the best of the best of the best of this set, and that's kind of why I wanted to go over the legacy cards first. That way, we're not missing anything if we went over them, at hour 3.
That's true. With the legacy cards in this set, though, they have so many more options because they don't produce as much DC sets as they do Marvel. So if they want to continue doing Marvel sets and pulling legacy figures in, the more Marvel they do, the less figures they can choose. But with DC, the few sets we do get, we have such more of a broad spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Bob, anything to add about the Riddler? Or the question, sorry.
He's got great keywords. I mean, he can slap over on the Marvels real easy with martial artist.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't looked at martial artist. I assume it
But
got a big
Reporter?
bump.
I was
Yep.
gonna say with Reporter, isn't
Yep.
the next set gonna be or some Spider-Man set?
Mhm.
It is. It
So
is.
this might pair with the Spider-Man set really well, especially. Well, no, it only goes on to attacks, not the defense powers.
But that's where his shape change comes in, where he throws a smoke cloud on. Giving a whole team shape change is just outrageous.
Yeah, and I
love
wonder
it.
how, and that might pair really well with the 30-point Batman if you carry somebody and then they can use the Batman team ability and then you pop out a free smoke cloud from the question. That might
Yeah.
be a really good pairing with something like a tentpole like your Iron Hammer. Okay, so that is the question. That takes us to the Riddler. And the Riddler's really weird, really wordy card. He has the Batman enemy team ability, Stealth, Smoke Cloud, and then Senses, and Shape Change only on his top click. So hit him once, he loses the double rollouts. His trait is Perplex, but can be used regardless of line of fire. When Riddler uses it to target an opposing character after resolutions, give that character a puzzle token. His second trait, when an opposing character within range with a puzzle token would be targeted by Perplex, roll a d6. 1, remove all puzzle tokens from that character. 2 through 4, gain 1 mission point for each puzzle token on that character. And then 5 through 6, the use of that Perplex has no effect, and gain 1 mission point for each puzzle token on that character. Arkham Asylum, Detective, Gotham City Underworld, and Legion of Doom. It's a mission point based piece, and I'm hesitant to run anything mission point based until I see it work in action. Anytime you can perplex regardless of line of fire, it can be positive, but he's coming in at 45 points. And that's, almost a sixth of your build just for a perplex, basically. Is how I'm
A really
looking at
hard
this.
perplex too, right? Like it's something. Well, I mean, the puzzled part of that.
I mean, it's a good perplex, because what the puzzle tokens, or what the second trait is for is to keep your opponent from perplexing up their characters.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Um, because every time they do, you gain a mission point if they have a puzzle token on them.
I think the drawback with this piece is that its puzzle tokens can only come from Riddler.
Right.
And so every time you're going, you almost, I mean, if you're going against one of the one-man army teams, he might see a lot more viability in his play, but that's it. Outside of going against the one-man armies, you're not really going to see him have really effective use.
Well, and even if he goes up against a one-man army, he's probably dying in one hit because one-man armies are generally doing at least 6 damage, and this guy only takes 5 clicks to KO.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 45 points, and you have to kill this one-man army.
Nice.
Which he does have good defense powers for with shape change senses on top click, but outside that, he's gone.
Yeah, I'd say pass on this Riddler.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, anything
Leave it-
bad?
Leave in the box.
Leave him in the box.
Well, I do have to say, compared to his old card, where it was just he can use perplex with regardless of range and line of fire, to add on that second trait and add in the puzzle tokens, it's interesting to see them try to incorporate this mission point system into older clicks.
Yeah, and we've seen that in the past. That's kind of how they're really trying to push this mission point thing, but they're also being careful with it because the minute that this breaks open and mission points become a lot
floodgate.
easier, it's a floodgate. And then so they're being really careful with it, which I appreciate. But at the same time, I feel like they add so much point value to a character if they can gain mission points that I'm gonna have to really see mission points work before I even try to make mission.
But do you
points
want to? I mean, let's
Yeah.
talk about that for
at
a
this
second.
point-
Like,
At
You're
this
getting
point-
away from beating people up in hero clicks to earning mission points. And I'm like, man, I don't know if I want to play competitive hero clicks if that's how it is, right? Like, I think that would be.
That's why they're being
It
careful.
feels
with
so scummy.
it. That's why they're being careful. With it.
I mean,
do
But at
feel-
this point, mission points have been around for so long that I really
Yeah.
want to see it work.
Yeah.
Because-
I do agree, and I have been brewing a team. I've talked to Eric and Josh a little bit about it, and once we get a little bit further into the deep dive of the set, I'll talk about it more. I think this set has the highest possibility of making the mission point strategy work. It
Well,
is-
as more mission point pieces come out, it becomes
Mhm.
easier and easier to do. And that's another reason why to be very careful with it, and to make the pieces a little bit more expensive than they probably should be. So that's the Riddler. Let's go on to the Joker, which is my favorite legacy card.
Oh,
It's back, baby. Come on. All right, so the Joker. This is the old lamp Joker that people used to run with Lockjaw. They made it just as strong as it used to be, and he's cheaper than he was. So he's got stealth, poison, mastermind, and wit on top dial. I'm not even going to mention combat values because they don't really matter for this guy. His first trait is the Joker can't be the target of an attack with more than one target. And the Joker has Safeguard, Mind Control, Outwit, and Poison. His second trait is damage dealt by the Joker can't be reduced below 1. And when the Joker KOs an opposing character after resolutions, heal him 2 clicks. And until the end of your next turn, when he uses Poison, he deals damage even if he moved or was placed this turn. So this Joker, I'm still finding ways to work with him, but granted, I'm only playing him with the 100-point Green Lantern Batman. So there's there's definitely cheaper options for a taxi to carry this guy, and if someone has the audacity to play two of them in the lockjaw, or two of them in two lockjaws, something along those lines, it definitely has the potential to be one of the best. I mean, Lamp could come back. I don't see a way around it really. If you give him plasticity with the cloak, and then he ties up a character, and then you have something like Lockjaw that can just take hits. It's like he's like a 10-click dial that you have to get through before you can even deal damage to the Joker. It might be good enough to make meta. The main problem is there are so many free attacks in the meta right now. So then you have to find a way around flurries and Venom Wolverine is probably going to make a comeback with the amount of detective pieces in this set. And then what else is big on the free attacks? Maggot drop-off teams, stuff along those lines. So you have to really watch out for the free attacks. But besides that, this character is one of my favorite legacy cards, and I really hope I can get him to work.
The only complaint I have about this Joker is he suffers from old classic HeroClix stuff. You have a great opening dial, stealth 8, 11 poison, 17 mastermind, 3 damage without wit. But you look at click 7, 6 movement with nothing, 6 move or attack with nothing, 13 defense with toughness, and then 1 damage with perplex.
Right.
At the tail end of his dial, he is a joke, which with Joker it makes a little bit of sense, but
I am going to defend him on this part. I don't care what his combat values are, as long as he has poison. If he
yes,
has
and his
poison,
poison's
I'm
a
fine
big
with it.
yeah, poison.
But yeah, if they get him past click 5, he's worthless.
There's a 10-point fix to that, Eric.
Yeah, there is now. Yeah, just
Stick the red ring on it. Poison all the way down his dial.
Mm-hmm.
So his poison even gets through invincible, correct?
Correct.
The way I read it.
Wow.
It
Yeah.
can't be reduced below 1.
Below 1.
Wow,
That is-
I just saw that. Yeah, I thought it was just a cheap way to get around precision strike, but no, that's a lot more nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, it's the old armor piercing battle feat.
I will say, out of both Killing Joke Jokers that come to mind off the top of my head, this is not the one I wish they would have gone with. I wish they would have gone with the one we got from Joker's Wild.
Is that the haha Joker?
No, it's the one where he's sitting on a chair,
Oh yeah.
Is-
Holding the fish.
holding the camera,
Yeah.
Oh, the camera. Okay.
where he's, the famous cover of Killing Joke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wish we did that one, but this one, I really do agree with you on the keywords. There's just so much amazing possibilities with the
Oh.
Gotham City.
Monster.
True.
Celebrity and monster are both great.
Oh, I forgot about Celebrity. Yeah, with Disney Plus, that made a huge impact.
Yep. Yep.
Oh.
And in Justice League, so that you can run him with Deathstroke. Okay, so that takes us to, I think this is Bob's favorite legacy card. I'm not positive though, Bob. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is Atrocitus. I'm going to hand the reins over to you on this piece, if you don't mind. If you want to
Fine.
talk about this guy.
Sure. Atrocitus comes in at 125 points, 75 points. Starts off with charge, super strength, vulnerability, and battle fury. Has a nice 11 attack and 4 damage on his top dial. I think he's going to be played honestly at the 75 point click as opposed to the 125 point click. And at that dial, he still has charge, but he gets closer to his special. And he has, as a trait, Caustic Rage, which is adjacent opposing characters can't use stop clicks and can't be healed. So anybody that's worried about the Soul Shard, this just nerfs it. He also has traded Blood Sorcery, which is probability control, close combat expert. So his 10 just became an 11, and his 3 just became 4. Unrelenting Vengeance. It's his special power, free. Place Atrocicus adjacent to an opposing character that Since your last turn, damage a Trotskyist or KO'd a friendly character. So you also have a little bit of a colossal retaliator with this guy. I really like him, as Eric says. You put the Red Lantern ring on him for free because he has the keyword. He's got poison all the way down his dial, and since he has poison, it becomes penetrating poison. That coupled with the constructs we talked about, we'll talk about later on. But he can pop out the chainsaw. He can kind of wreck your team
I'm
and tie it down.
I'm
Yeah, go
imagining
ahead.
him. I'm imagining carrying him up or him carrying somebody else up.
Well,
And
that's
then-
the thing. You can
and then
carry
pop-
someone else up and then pop out the chainsaw.
And then pop out the chainsaw. They can't use their stock clicks and can't be healed.
Well,
That's
here's the
kinda-
one
Going up against the new Apocalypse from
in Genesis too.
both of those immediately are stopped by him.
Mhm.
Yes.
The issue is keeping him alive because it's just
Right.
a vulnerability and it goes down to toughness pretty fast.
Pretty
Because
quick.
He does have
Yeah.
the Herald keyword, so he could pair him with Indigo 1, and I think that would help out a lot.
For the
just
support.
we just talked about a character that he pairs nicely with, since they both have the monster keyword. If he carries up the Joker and they're both poisoning, and he's doing his thing, and the chainsaw, I could see him going down. I'd let him go down to keep the Joker up there in the chainsaw, because they have to do the chainsaw too. So that's going to take one attack.
I do
And
have
that-
one question. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
With his Caustic Rage, adjacent opposing characters can't use stop and can't be healed.
Mhm.
So it strips away the word stop from their power, correct?
Correct.
So with that takes away the protected outwit. Or
Yes.
does it leave it?
I would believe so.
I would
It takes
believe-
away the
I
stop
would
click.
believe So yeah, I
Because
believe so.
then if it takes away that stop, then that really opens up a lot of people, even though most
Yeah.
might have Cosmic. But with some of the swords that came out in recent sets, that changes.
Well,
I'll be right back, guys. Keep talking.
Yeah. On the 35-point Apocalypse in Genesis, you're able to one-shot them because it just goes right to their stop click because there's a small dial. So if you bring them up,
Hey.
he bases them, hits you for 4. They can't use their stop click. They can't be healed. The Soul Sword doesn't do anything for them because they can't be healed. You'll take one click from the Soul Sword, big deal. You killed him. So, plus he's got probability control. And then if he doesn't kill it, all he's got to do is pop out the chainsaw for the follow-up. And that's after his attack. Plus anybody carried out.
If you look at the damage he can produce alone without even dropping a construct, without adding on any points to him, just him alone, with a 10 movement charge, 11 super strength, and a 4 damage battle fury, with his CCE traded, you pick up a heavy object, you're looking at 7 damage coming in. With his ignore your stop that just makes it to where he is so oppressive they have to focus fire him. And as you were talking about that chainsaw, he becomes numb.
Yeah, they did change super strength though, so heavy objects don't do 2 damage anymore though. So, but you're absolutely right. He still's doing 6 damage.
And that shows my age of playing hero. Full damage. I
Well,
still want that
Well,
to
it might be changing with this Beyond Amazing set. We don't know everything
Well,
that's
no.
going to change.
Yeah, and
And
what
yeah, go ahead, Alex.
I was gonna say, this is what, the 5th rule change here in the past couple years?
Yeah, and they
They're
you
coming.
know,
There's more
yeah.
coming.
Yeah, there's more coming. We'll have to stay on top of it, honestly.
And when you look at his keywords, he has awesome keywords. He's got
Oh, yeah.
Brute, Herald, Monster, Mystical, Red Lantern, and Scientist. So he goes across the board.
Yeah, he's got the best keywords in the.
Yeah,
game
no,
right now.
that MY keyword is just stupid. I don't even like it.
Mystical, monster, and scientist. I mean,
Monster's great, Scientist is great,
it's
Mystical's
only great
it's
because he can
awful.
go onto your team. Stop it.
It's no, Mystical's awful. That's all I'm trying to say here. It's just
Yeah.
awful.
I've been
Yeah, I mean-
so that brings me to one of my points. I've been kicking myself because they dropped the grand prize Apocalypse, and it's such an amazing addition to the Mystical team. And I've been, building with Mystical for the past year, and then right afterwards they dropped this Green Lantern Batman on me. So I've been like, I was
Thank
like,
goodness.
well, now I gotta run Green Lantern Batman. Okay, but anyways, that takes us to the Chief. And this is the piece that might make Doom Patrol a decent team. He's got a trait, secretly manufacturing their accidents. When establishing theme teams, choose a character with the celebrity keyword, a character with the robot keyword, and or a character with the soldier keyword. The chosen characters gain the Doom Patrol keyword and have Outsider's team ability this game. His special on movement is power. Choose an adjacent friendly character with the Doom Patrol keyword and move them up to 5 squares. His special on defense is Mastermind. When the Chief uses it, he may choose a friendly character within 4 squares and line of fire that he shares a keyword with. And his special on damage is Leadership, and when Chief uses it and succeeds, this turn, when a friendly character uses the Outsider's team ability to target themselves, they have Safeguard Outwit until your next turn. Very solid. I mean, he's a must-play for if you do want to run a Doom Patrol team. This brings on Scarlet Witch. This brings on Sicarian Iron Man. This brings on.
Deathstroke,
Stop it. Stop it.
which can bring in the Justice League and the Teen Titans.
Okay, so
Real
that
keyword shenanigans.
might actually be an idea. You can bring on Deathstroke at 150, and then Deathstroke can bring on people to an Outsider's. There's something there, right? There's got to be something there.
There's some keyword
Jesus.
shenanigans coming.
Just wait
Well,
till
especially
Spider-Man
with the
set
Spider-Man.
drops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and you were thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Well, even with that, think about the Disney Plus set with how many celebrities, robots, and soldiers we got in that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean- There's plenty. Yeah, everyone's kind of moved off the Spider-Man from War of the Realms, but you can bring that bad boy in too. He's only 75 points. He could be making a comeback. I know PJ Bolin plays him all the time, but this is way to short and all kinds of teams now.
Yeah.
I like him. I like this guy. I mean, yeah, and he's got one of my favorite keywords, scientist. You can really do some shenanigans on scientist teams too now.
Oh yeah.
Stop it, Bob.
I really, really enjoyed the set that this Chief came from. I love World's Finest. I'll probably say it's one of, if not my favorite set. And so I'm happy to see that they chose some pieces from there, especially this one. Because I noticed we didn't get a Chief in the set. The Chief that came out back in the day was so broken that I loved getting that 6 and 6 on how his trait used to work. But now watching him completely get a rework and seeing how he can change even team build up, I think this makes him more viable today than it did back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Josh?
Yeah, no, I mean, So I guess the way to say it, when I first started playing HeroClix, I didn't have, I don't know, I just thought it was like you pick your favorite, HeroClix and you go from there. So I only played with Marvel characters, is kind of what I'm trying to say. And so I never got to see any of these older DC figs necessarily. But seeing this and seeing, I don't know, that keyword manipulation, man, that if theme teams are going to still kind of be a thing, that is like my favorite newer-ish addition to the game that they've implemented is that theme team manipulation aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, anytime we can bring a character into that, I just think it just opens up the door for so much more complexity if you want it. And you don't have to have it, but if you want that complexity, you can pull from multiple sets, multiple keywords, and fit a team that still will, all align to that theme team, parameter, I guess. So
Right.
anytime you can do that.
It makes it easier to play your favorite pieces because they might not be, high level meta, and they might not have the keywords that fit the high level meta. But if you have keyword manipulation, you can bring those characters onto your team and make your entire team a meta viable team.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I was just going to say when I mentioned the keyword shenanigans, I was thinking of you specifically, Josh. This fits right in with your play style. You could just do so many things and bring so many characters in from left field that people just won't be able to come up with defenses fast enough. I mean,
Yeah.
right off the bat, you could bring in Death Metal Wonder Woman in onto this team and for 50 points a player and just go, oh Jesus, what now?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
We just need to convince somebody to increase our sideline capacity so I can have like 40 teams ready to go at the drop of a hat
Yeah.
in one team build.
Well, you're going to need a computer and an abacus to keep all your teams together on the sideline, Josh.
Lucky for everybody involved, you can't take notes to a HeroClix tournament. So keep your
Thank
40
God.
pieces on the sideline and then figure it out. But
With the trait he has, I do have a question that came up with it that I want to make sure I understand.
yeah, of course.
With him being able to choose celebrity, robot, and soldier, with that that means that he can choose all three, one or two, whatever
One
fits
of
his build,
one of each.
up to one of each.
Up
So
to
he
one of
doesn't.
each.
So that right there makes this piece even more grabbable for building a team because you don't necessarily have to grab and make everything fit in. You could
Right.
grab just that two
You could-
figures
you
you
could-
need that.
You could grab Emperor Gladiator and Sicarian Iron Man and then let that
Yeah.
be the thing. Or you could grab,
Yep.
like he was saying, Death Metal Wonder Woman, Celebrity Scarlet Witch, and then Robot. I don't know if Sicarian Iron Man has the robot keyword, but there's probably some decent robots out there.
Here, let me
that you
take a
can grab.
peek over at that real quick. I have Realms pulled up for.
And while you do, I'm going to go over Batman Beyond. He is the next legacy card piece.
Does not have the robot keyword.
Okay. Batman Beyond comes in at 75 or 50 points. He has running shot on his 75-point line. And then he has... Does he go down to his charge? He does. He starts with charge on his 50-point line.
Right.
So his trait is Super Senses, and when Batman Beyond uses it, increase the result by +1 if the attacker was targeted without wit since your last turn. He does have improved targeting, hindering. His special on attack is Precision Strike and free, make an attack, but only to target opposing characters that have been targeted without wit this turn.
Yep.
Hit characters are dealt a maximum of 1 damage. His special on damage is Outwit, of course, and when Batman Beyond uses it, if he occupies hindering terrain, he may use it regardless of line of fire. So he's got a 6 range, so you're getting that basic 6 range for his Outwit. A free attack that deals a maximum of 1 damage. For 50 points, you're getting a solid attacker, and if Outwit was more powerful in this game, I would say he's great. But with the number of power cosmic pieces in the meta, it's kind of difficult for him to go off every game.
Yeah. I'd like to talk about, again, the range that DC can choose from, because going back to the Nightwing we just covered not too long ago, you have such an old click, or even the Joker, then you have Atrocitus, and then this was, I think, 2 DC sets ago, which I'm not complaining, we needed a Batman Beyond in the meta, I believe, but not one that would grab off the top. I would have chosen the Justice League one, I believe.
Arkham Asylum.
That would have been a good one. I'm thinking of the common one. It might have been from a Batman set instead of Justice League. Batman the Animated Series.
Well, it's a situation where even at 50 points, there's really not much you can do with them. I mean, you can stick a utility belt on him and use him as a support piece, but I don't. He's got great keywords.
Yeah, but we're not using a 65 point
No.
or 60 point.
Not even a 50
Support.
point. Not
Yeah,
even a 50 point. No.
yeah.
Now, I do have to say, with this set alone, with the detected keyword being as prevalent as it is, I think maybe he could come sneaking in somewhere, but I don't see him being part of the top tier lists.
Okay, so that
But-
takes us to Hal Jordan and Sinestro.
Yeah.
This is a
And-
fun one.
Yeah. So, I'm going to read this trait. This trait is similar to a lot of the duo traits. Every duo piece has this trait or something similar to it. It might not be the same point value. But I'm going to read it off here, and then going forward, any duos that have this trait, I'll just read off the point values for them. So, when Hal Jordan and Sinestro is KO'd by an attack, before removing them from the game, you may generate a character named Hal Jordan and or a character named Sinestro from your sideline on their last non-KO clicks. Then heal them each 2 clicks. The total point values of the generated characters must be equal to or less than Hal Jordan and Sinestro's point value. If Hal Jordan and Sinestro is 75 points, only generate one of the 2 characters, instead protected Pulse Wave. His second trait is probably the reason why you're going to play him. It is Willpower, and when an opposing character would use Outwit, Perplex, or PC to target Hal Jordan and Sinestro or an adjacent friendly character, roll a d6. 3 through 6, the use of that power has no effect. And then his special on movement that he has on his top 3 clicks at 125 is Hypersonic Speed. When Hal Jordan and Sinestro uses it, after resolutions, they may make an attack. So it's basically duo attack. They're just trying to word it in funnily for today's game. And then his special on attack is Hal Jordan and Sinestro can use the displayed standard attack and displayed standard damage powers of adjacent characters. Oh, wordy. So he's starting with a 10 movement. He is a flyer, 10 range, which might be
2 targets.
another reason. Yeah, 10 range, 2 targets. 12 attack with his special, 19 defense with Impervious, and then 4 damage with Perplex. Green Lantern team ability does allow him to carry 8 characters. You can carry a bunch of enhancement with him, a bunch of shield team members, something along
Or he
those
could
lines.
carry up his own constructs as well.
You can't carry the constructs. When you
Oh.
carry the constructs, they leave the map,
You're right, that
and
is
therefore,
true.
yep. Okay, so
But
Is-
you can put either the Green Lantern core ring or the Sinestro core ring on it. Either
yeah,
one.
that's the main way I'm looking at him, is running him with the Sinestro core ring, and then running the Prime Batman with the Green Lantern ring. That way, anytime you try to outwit my Green Lantern Batman, I get to roll a d6 for it.
Mhm.
Yeah, with the 10 range.
He only has one glaring problem, and that is it. One.
What's
With-
your one problem? Because I see a problem.
I think we see the same one. With the meta or rotation coming up, we're going to have Wonder Woman phasing out, from what I'm understanding.
Mm-hmm.
That leaves no Hal Jordan in Modern for this to pull from. I
Right.
think, have a Sinestro earlier in the
We have a super rare Sinestro in
Yes.
this set, and then that will be the only thing that you can pop out for this guy.
so
After
he would
one
only
run.
really be worth running at 75 points.
Right, and I would only run him at 75 points
Right.
regardless.
I
For
agree.
for that trait. That trait
But-
is really going to be the only reason. And then once he dies, you can bring out the super rare Sinestro. And
If you had the ability of pulling out, what was the one from the last set? A Yellow Lantern as well?
it was a Yellow Lantern Hal Jordan, and then
And then
there
there
was
was a super rare.
And there's
yes, but he wasn't named Hal Jordan.
No, he wasn't. Okay.
No, he was only named Green Lantern. So you wouldn't be able to pull him. The only one you would be able to pull is the Chase, that's 50 points, or the Chase Sinestro, that's a Purple Lantern. And the Yellow Lantern, Hal Jordan, was probably the weakest out of the Chases.
Yeah, it's
Bob?
well. I wouldn't. I'll never. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. There we
Yeah.
go.
I'm just saying. With other than the 10 range, I wouldn't play him. I mean, for 75 points, there's just when you're playing 75 points, you're talking about with the current meta. That's basically your tentpole in a standard 300 point team now, unless you're playing something like an Iron Hammer or things.
The points at
That's your
10 poles
tentpole.
has really dropped.
Right.
It's really hard to run a 75 point piece that isn't, truly protected out wit or has a better damage reducer than invulnerability.
I love the 10 range, new targets, and I love his keywords, but I don't think he's playable in the
And
current
4
meta.
damage top click is really nice, but
Yeah, if you have some way to keep your opponent 10 squares away from you, great.
Yeah.
But otherwise, no. Josh, you got anything to add for him?
I hate it.
There we go. Let's move on.
No. I hate, and it's only because of that PC manipulation stuff.
Yeah.
I can't stand it. There is a character in the current meta that makes me want to vomit. So
He's the reason why you hate that MY keyword.
yes, he is a strong reason why I hate that MY mystical word.
See, but he's the reason why I love it.
Yep. Well, no, and I think there's a huge thing there. Anytime you can manipulate that dice roll like that too. I mean, that's pretty big. It's just and 3 through 6. I mean, that's even better, right?
That's better than Felix.
Yeah.
Felix was 4 through 6. It doesn't have any effect.
Yeah. So, oh, yeah, it's good, but it's not something I'm gonna ever play. I'm gonna whine about it every time I play against it. So,
Come to expect it.
I was going to say, if you didn't whine, we probably wouldn't recognize you.
truth
Coming from Bob.
coming from Bob.
Professional whiner.
Okay, so that takes us to our second legacy. Batman only makes sense to have at least 2 in a Batman
This is
set.
classic.
This is the classic Batman from the 75th anniversary. So, he's starting with Stealth, Smoke Cloud, Combat Reflexes, and Perplex with only a 2 damage. He comes in at 50 points with the Batman Ally and JSA team ability. As far as keywords, All-Star Squadron, Batman Family, Detective, Gotham City, and Justice Society.
Yeah.
His trait is Rooftop to Rooftop. Free if Batman has no action tokens and occupies elevated terrain. Move him up to his speed value. If Batman has Stealth displayed on his dial and occupies elevated terrain, opposing characters cannot draw lines of fire to him. And then his special on damage that he gets on his last 2 clicks is Range Combat Expert with a range value of 6 to bump up his combat values for today's game. So, the not being able to draw lines of fire to him is really great until they come up adjacent to him. And then they can,
Flurry the poop out of him.
flurry the poop out of him. And, up close to him, he gets a 19 defense,
19,
but he's only dishing out 2 damage on top of that. So
and you can't perplex that up. You'd have to have Empower.
Yes, you can no longer perplex damage. So,
Great sculpt.
great sculpt.
Leave it in the box.
But yeah, I don't encourage anybody to go out and get his legacy card. Okay, so that takes us to Harley and Ivy. A lot of fan favorites here. I love the TV show. I'm glad that they brought back the duo, especially after the show came out. 10 movement, 11 attack, both with specials. 18 defense with super senses, 3 damage with perplex. Looking at Arkham Asylum, Gotham City Sirens, Gotham City Underworld Scientist, and Suicide Squad. Has the same duo trait, but she only comes in at 75 points. So you can generate both Harley and Ivy. They just have to equal 75. She doesn't have a second starting line, so
You can do it out of this set.
yes, and that's probably where you're going to. There is a Con LE Harley Quinn, but I don't think there's another Poison Ivy outside of this set. And the Con LE Harley Quinn comes in at 45 points. Special on movement is Charge, Flurry, and Stealth. The special on attack is Poison, Smoke Cloud. Smoke Cloud is free, but only to generate 2 markers. Friendly characters within range have Safeguard Poison. Special on damage that she has on click 3 through 6 is when Harley and Ivy attacks, modify attack and damage +1 for each action token on all targets. And she has 2 bolts. So that could be really powerful, but she's only dishing out 2 to begin with. So unless they have, you know, at least 2 tokens on both of your targets, you're not dishing out that much damage. I mean, you know, 75 points for a character that's 8 clicks long and then pops out 2 more characters that can do more things for your team. Not a terrible idea.
No.
They took the point value and reduced it by 50 from the Harley Quinn set, changed a couple of things, and I think made the click itself worth playing. I don't know if it's meta worthy, but it definitely is good.
I would say if you're a huge fan of Harley and Ivy, you can definitely make this piece work.
Right, you can
And-
charge flurry on the first 2 clicks, which is always good with 3 damage.
Well, the
And then the
the
poison.
smoke cloud is free to generate 2 markers.
Yeah, and poison.
Yeah. Well, so she's always in stealth. She's always in
Yeah,
stealth.
always.
Yep.
If you pair it with the Joker, the uncommon Joker from this set, then you start really making this Pete.
And we'll get into that. There's a lot of pieces in this set that
Oh my
really
gosh,
add.
yes, I'm
really
so
add.
excited
Yeah.
to talk about that Joker.
And she's a wild card too, guys.
Yep.
Oh yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I really like those 2 little. I like the Harley and the Ivy that's in this set that you can break down into.
Mhm.
There's a lot
And
of stuff
with
you can
that
do with
one-
those.
But that's
Ivy, that's in this set.
with that scientist keyword, you can really do a lot.
Yeah.
with the,
Absolutely.
I got you, Bob. I got you.
So
Very, very good piece. So-
I just, you know, with these duo figures, and we talked about it already, but like, I think they're doing kind of a disservice where, like, I mean, especially for modern play, and maybe they created these or revamped these with not necessarily modern in mind, but like, how do you create a duo figure that can't even do its trait because there's not figures to fulfill that trait, you know?
Well, I'm not complaining too much about Harley and Ivy on that side. I would complain about how Jordan and Sinestro
Well, yeah,
there.
but like, I mean, to me, it seems like having multiple of these to choose. You know, I'm all about choice and situational kind of, you know,
It's
having
almost
the
like we need-
options. Like, you know, you have 2 different Ivies to pick from, and based off of the situation that's occurring right now, there's an Ivy that's going to be better. Like in my brain, like I feel like that's going to create a better gameplay than just being like, well, we have 1 in the set, so that's the one you're going to get. I don't
almost
know.
like they need more than one DC.
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Hmm.
That is a broken record, but yes,
Yeah.
that's exactly it, you know?
Yeah.
I just because I think these are awesome. I think the duo figures and splitting off, I think that's an awesome thing. But I don't know, I just not having the pool of figs to actually utilize it in a absolutely amazing way just it feels like it falls short to me.
Well, one good thing about it is you can use it in Silver Age, Josh.
Well, yeah, and I said that, and I said, you know, maybe it's just with that in mind, and that's fine. That's great. It works great.
well,
It's just competitive
yeah.
stuff, which is my kind of play, because I
Right. With the
Or
rule changes,
modern.
they had to do it because a duo figure is not a standard figure, and then you can't equip it. This one you can equip with something if you want to. That's why they had to do it.
yeah.
I wish
I
that-
like Harley and Ivy. I get what you're saying, Josh. They do need to have more than 1 DC set a year, really,
Oh.
to make this kind of figure, especially if they're going to give, but especially if they're going to give something like this a legacy card slot in one of the DC sets, and then get maybe that wasn't the correct trait to go with for all these duo figures, but it does add. It adds. I don't want to say it adds. It adds some competitive viability to them.
Well,
Now you do have to take into mind that when you do pop out those characters, that's extra points that you could potentially be giving to your opponent. So you might not
Yes.
want to do it every game.
No.
But
You know, I understand exactly what Josh is saying, especially when we look at the next figure, the next couple figures, especially
have
World's
one
Finest.
last comment on Ivy and Harley.
Yeah.
I think that the whole dial rework is great, but with the where was it? The set 'em up for me red being in the middle of their dial, as it probably was back in the day. I wish this was either up on the top of the dial or at least a little bit more spread through the dial. I think this was a very good power that, with no ability to really push to that point where you get that on your own fruition,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't make it worthy of reaching it. But when that power pops off, uh, it's not on any of their charges or anything, but it allows them to increase their attack to possibly 13.
Yeah, and that's probably. I mean, their attack goes down to 10, their damage goes down to 2. That's probably the reason for that power to be
Mhm.
there, so that they can bump up their combat values to kind of match today's game. Because when these pieces were created, I mean, it wasn't that long ago, really. I guess 5 years ago, 6 years ago
You,
now.
do you guys think with the introduction to this splitting trait, the new version of splitting up a duo figure, do you think we'll see that start to be integrated outside of legacy cards and into actual pieces that we can pull from a set?
Probably not. Duo figures is something that uh, they started doing, but I don't. And it went on for a couple sets. Man, I couldn't see them going back to it. Honestly, with the amount of sculpt reuse that we see today, they're probably not going to add too many new sculpts. And for them to do it for a duo figure something that they've tried before, I don't see that being a possibility. But with that, that's Harley and Ivy. Let's go into Lex Luthor and the Joker. So this piece is really good for their. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna skip over reading this. It's really good for their splitting off trait because you do get the Lex Luthor from Wonder Woman 80th until it rotates out, and when it pops out and heals its 2 clicks, you get um, those two bystanders, no matter what. The problem with that Wonder Woman 80th Lex Luthor is that its stop clicks, I think you could outwit them or something along those lines, or outwit his ability to pop out the bystanders. Maybe not, but they are stop clicks. But then he has a separate special on his attack or something like that allows him to pop out a bystander. Now, when you pop him out after this piece gets KO'd at 50 points, he heals those 2 clicks, but those clicks say when this click is revealed, generate this bystander. He gets those 2 bystanders. So, very good for that ability. His second trait is Mastermind. If there are no opposing characters within range and line of fire that have the Batman ally or Superman ally team ability, Lex Luthor and the Joker has Safeguard Outwit. His special on movement is Money Talks, Sidestep. When an adjacent friendly character is given a move or power action, after resolutions you may place Lex Luthor and the Joker adjacent to that character. If you did, once per turn after resolutions, they may make an attack. Perplex, but may instead modify combat values by +2 or -2 is his damage power. He also says adjacent friendly characters have the Superman enemy team ability. Very solid piece. I see, that special on movement is extremely powerful. It's a free attack, 11 for 4 with Pen Psych, Perplex +2 or -2, and gives characters the Superman enemy team ability. Very powerful. On top of that, you do get to generate the Lex Luthor from Wonder Woman 80th until it rotates out.
I remember my friend Cameron was playing Lex and Joker from World's Finest when it first came out, and I really enjoyed its hybrid between running shot or charge and hypersonic with its sidestep, because you could sidestep, shoot, or do whatever you needed to do, and then sidestep back to where you were or continue on a path.
Mm-hmm.
This one, I like it, but I missed how the old one was, and I wish I had kept it.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets one-shotted, right? Am I
Yes,
missing
Josh,
that?
well, he's got
It's-
Mastermind. He's got Mastermind.
But
Well,
he can be outwitted though, right?
Yeah,
Unless
he-
there's a
if-
Batman or Superman around.
He has protected outwit unless there is a Batman ally or Superman.
Wait,
ally.
unless?
Unless
Yes,
there is.
unless.
He can only be
Oh.
outwitted if there's a Batman ally or Superman ally. team.
Okay.
Mhm.
and I don't think he can get one shot as easy. He definitely does take 7 damage to one hit. And for a lot of pieces in current day rotation, they don't have more than 7 clicks life. If they do, you're running your tent pole there.
No,
Yeah,
I mean you get 50 point.
At 150 points, he is a 10 pole. That's kind
Yes.
of
Right.
the issue.
Yeah.
Yes.
But is anybody going to run him at 150 in the current meta?
No, I run him at 50 so I can pop out
Exactly.
the Lex Luthor from Wonder Woman 80th. That's the
Yeah.
only way I run him.
That's it.
Yep.
And unless there's someone around him, or you're running somebody that meets the criteria, he can be one-shotted. But I mean, even if he can't, you
It's
hit him
just
for
one
5.
flurry though. It's just one
Oh.
flurry that one shots him.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you a flurry on that.
Yeah.
But
Flurry,
again,
Flurry or Iron Hammer, which are the two main things that are probably going to be in the meta right now.
Yeah.
oh my god, with the we keep teasing it, but the chainsaws in this set are gonna shape game.
Yeah, that too. Okay, so that takes us to the big duo figure that everyone is excited about. It is World's Finest. He is 10 clicks long, 175 points with the Batman Ally and Superman Ally team ability. He does have the Batman family, Detective, Gotham City, Justice League, Kryptonian, Metropolis Reporter, and Trinity keywords. His duo is he can pop out Batman or Superman. If he's 60 points, you can only pop out one. His second trait is free, make an attack, but only to target an opposing character that since your last turn made an attack or used outwit. When World's Finest would take damage from the effect of an opposing character of equal or less points than them, roll a d6. 4 through 6, World's Finest takes a maximum of 1 damage from that effect. A special on defense, which he has on all 3 clicks of his 60-point line or his last 3 clicks of any other point line, is combat reflexes and invincible, also super senses, but increase the result by +1 for each action token on World's Finest, protected outwit.
Yeah.
So having his defense protected outwit is
Huge.
huge. At 60 points is probably where you're going to find him because there really isn't a decent Superman to pop out in today's meta. And as far as Batman's to pop out, I would probably say the Chase from Batman Team Up is your best bet because this guy is going to be in the middle of the action anyways. And as we'll go over with the Chase Batman, when we get to him, he is pretty hard to kill, especially if he's up close to your opponent.
If you do run him at his full points, I mean, I wouldn't instantly grab this Superman. If for some ever reason WizKids decides to make a second DC set this year, they're more than likely, like as you said, have to make another Superman to put in there.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, maybe running the Superman at 50 points on from the common slot to put up on this just to get that rally. I mean, I could see the potential in it, but yeah, I agree with you on that Batman Chase being probably the best bet to pull.
Yeah, this guy hits like a truck. So he can move out his full 9 and just make a free attack, 12 for 5. If he's holding an object, it's 12 for 6. 9 square reach at that point. Yeah, with his second trait, the free make an attack, but only to target an opposing character. So if they attack you, he has, 9 square. He can move out 9 squares and then make an attack from 7 squares range. That's a 16 range for a free attack. Or he could charge in and then make a second free attack. He does a lot for his 60-point value.
My big complaint about this World's Finest remake, the original one had protected outwit, I think, for how Lex and Joker had theirs, where it was if you didn't have this certain keyword or team ability, you couldn't outwit me.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm saying 60-point line.
No,
is
they
right
just
about
had blanket couldn't outwit, and you can't perplex me up or down.
Oh.
So I don't mind getting rid of the combat value nullification, but I really think because of how popular Cosmic is right now, you won't run outwit, so I don't think you'll see too much of that problem, but I think they should have still kept that outwit protection on this figure.
Yeah. Bob, Josh?
Go ahead, Bob.
I don't have anything to say about it. I didn't run him back in the day, and I wouldn't run him now, honestly. I mean, 60 points, maybe, but you're getting 3 clicks for 60 points. I don't know. I know you can get, like you said, bring the Batman in.
You just want to
Uh,
drive the price down.
Wait,
Why? I already have the card and the figure. I don't need to drive it down.
uh,
I don't know. I love that free
It
attack
needs to be
thing.
driven down.
I love the
Here,
free
here.
attacks. I love how that's a thing, and even 60 points though. If you can get one shot even through your protected, outwitted defense, like if you still can get easily one shotted, I feel like that is a
Here's the thing: if they're less points than him, he
yeah.
can roll that d6.
Mm-hmm.
4 through 6, he takes a max of 1, and then he also has
True.
super senses that's protected outwit. But you
Of a
increase
4
the
through
result by
6.
plus
Yeah.
1 for each action token on him. So even if
Yeah.
he's pushed out, that's
Man.
plus 2 to his d6 roll. That's 3 through
Yeah.
6.
I just have 2 words for you: Iron Hammer.
Bob, you're not even. Are you running Iron Hammer?
Thinking about it, yes. But the thing,
so.
I get it.
Okay.
Yes, Iron Hammer gets him.
Right. And
Yeah.
bringing him in is great. You can shoehorn on some teams with his keywords. I just don't think he's viable. I mean, even with his protected outwit on the final
I'm gonna
Pretty
live
quick.
to prove you wrong. He's taking the piss, my joke.
Yeah, I hear you, 100-point Batman. I want to see this.
You could pair this World's Finest up with the question we talked about earlier, and that might actually add a little bit of interesting play to go on there.
Yep. That's why I think the question is probably one of the better legacy cards we got.
Mhm.
Because he can go on several
I like
pieces
him.
like this. Yep.
I like him.
Now let's talk about a legacy card that no one really likes too much. That is the KC Green Lantern. I mean, people love that this. I love the fact that this guy got a legacy card, but they could have done so much more with the legacy card. I mean, especially for 175. So at 175, he comes in with running shot, TK, 20 defense with his willpower, and then 4 damage with RCE. KC team ability and JSA team ability, which actually might be beneficial at his 175 point line because then he can share his 20 defense. His trait is invincible and free. Choose one for Green Lantern to use until you choose again. Charge and Blades Claw's Fangs, or Super Senses Barrier as free, but only to generate 2 markers. Like I said, they could have done so much more with this character. He is not protected outwit, so they can outwit his invincible, and then you're just looking at a 20 defense, which is still fairly high, but attack values are going up as well. At 20 points, he has a cool trait, ON, Ambassador to the UN, Leadership, and when Green Lantern uses Defend, Leadership, or the JSA team ability, he considers friendly characters within range and line of fire to be adjacent. Once per turn, when a friendly character within range is targeted by an attack, you may roll a d6. If you do, that character positively modifies their defense value equal to half of the result for that attack.
Hey, real quick, is there shenanigans with, the wording of this, like free, choose one for Green Lantern to use until you choose again? Is there any ways to play in second Green Lantern and give him one of those abilities?
No, because any name on a character card automatically refers to that character, unless it says other or something like that. But
Yeah.
it's in the comprehensive rule book that it's self-referenced.
There is there is a way to do some shenanigans with this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You do an attack with the charge, blades, claws, fangs. You carry it over from last turn, and then you choose super senses after you do the attack. You can do it that way,
Yeah.
and you can do your barrier for free too after that.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not looking at the 175 point line anymore.
No,
It's
but
ugly.
that's the
I don't want it
shenanigans.
to.
But that is
I'm looking at the 20 point line.
yeah, but that is the shenanigans you can do with what Josh is saying.
Right. I'm just kind of upset about this piece. They could have done so many cool things. with
Yes,
it.
they could.
Well, it has to be like one of the top 10 coolest looking figs ever created. Like for real. Like it
Yeah,
looks
it's Green Lantern with a freaking sword.
with a freaking sword.
A green construct sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, 20
Okay,
points.
he's got the
20 point
pen.
line is where you're playing him at. Not too happy about it. But that takes us out of the legacy cards, and from here we will go into the mystery cards fairly briefly. These I've tried playing with a couple of these, and some of them are a trap. Do not build your team around the idea of getting these clue tokens. It's not going to work out for you. So
Sorry, go ahead.
you're good. We'll start with a string of cat burglaries. When a friendly character with a listed keyword occupying hindering terrain hits one or more characters, add to resolutions gain 1 clue token. And the keywords are Batman Family and Detective. Add 3 clue tokens when a friendly character attacks one or more equipped opposing characters. Modify their attack and damage by +1. At 9, friendly characters have power. Choose an adjacent equipped opposing character. Unequip that character, and this character may immediately equip that equipment. These are just something to think about if you are running a detective theme team. Definitely not something that you want to build your team around.
How do these take up your sideline slot? I assume that's where
They each count as
They
one
do.
sideline slot.
Yes.
Okay. See, if you're right, which the only thing I could see is possibly some sort of variation of a Scooby detective team. I don't see the playability of many of these.
Right, they're really just things to have on your sideline, like just in case they go off. And in most instances, I wouldn't say that you're getting to 9. I would say you're most likely getting to that 3.
Yes. I will say I think this is more built in for drafting or sealed events, to where it would be a nice little addition because of how much detective is in this set,
Right.
or Batman Family. It pairs perfectly for a draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're
That's-
not running a detective, you don't even need to worry about these things.
And I think, you know, I feel like with some of these, you have to make it somewhat playable, you have to build around it like 1,000%. And I kind of compare it to the idea of, you know, mission points. Like, there might be something there in mission points, but you really have to actively try to build for it.
You either build around the thing is there's not that many sideline pieces in the game right now, so you can just have these on your sideline, build your team, and if they pop off, they pop off, and that's usually a very big addition to your team, but it's not going to happen every game. That's how I kind of see it going down.
If the shoe fits, might as well wear it if you got the
Right, they're for free. They're free. You know, they don't cost any points. They just go on your sideline.
Fills up your sideline.
Yeah, there's not enough sideline in the game right now to take up those slots, so might as well throw these on there.
This one I do like its case closed, where it gives you a blanket, just you don't take damage if you hit the roll. So if you do get this off, this is an amazing thing to
You're talking
use.
about the man who laughs.
Oh, I am, my bad.
You're good. You're good. Just to go over it fairly quickly. When a friendly character with a listed keyword occupying hindering terrain hits one or more characters after resolutions, gain 1 clue token. Batman Family and Detective are the keywords. And at 3, for when a friendly character attacks, opposing characters can't use Mastermind. And the case closed is when a friendly character would take damage. If it's not from an attack, roll a d6. 4 through 6, they take no damage instead. So this really shuts off pieces like the Joker or poison stuff.
This is the one that I see being actually played out of all of the all of the cards. This is one I would probably see as a first grab.
Okay. Bob, you
Just
got any?
because
Bob, you
I'm
got
sorry.
anything to add?
On all these cards,
Yeah,
uh,
on just generally on the
I'm
mystery
going to
cards.
just generally as a group, I'm of the same opinion as you. I will look at them after I build my team, and if there's something there, I'll have them on my sidelines. But I am not going to build around these cards. I'm not chasing after another element.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
mean, we've
gotcha.
got legacy cards, we got
Legacy
figures,
cards.
constructs, we've got
Oh
tarot
my
cards
gosh.
from the last two sets. I mean, I think uh, it goes back to what we talked about before, the complexity.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to have them if it'll fit in with the team. I'll use them, but it's a general purpose. Uh, they're not going to fit most of the teams that I'm building.
Okay.
And something I was thinking of, we talk about tarot decks and stuff. That game element was impactful, and it is something that works. It is something that even without a whole lot of I don't know, planning, it can be effective and change the gameplay. I feel like this is
It's
not one of those things.
yeah, I hear you. Tarot cards are something that you can. The tarot deck is something you can build after you build your team.
Yep.
With these, you kind of have to have an idea of what they
Hmm.
do
Yeah.
because
And then I'm
there's
looking
not
at
as
that,
many
and,
there's not as
and we're
many
talking the
differences.
case closed section. That's awesome. That's super awesome in theory. But when is 9 attacks come, or when I guess again, it depends on your build and how your
Mm-hmm.
team divs out damage. But I'm thinking you're doing 9 attacks is in my brain kind of the thing that has to happen.
If you're doing 9
And
attacks, you're gonna win anyways.
yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
And
You
then at
gotta.
that point of the game,
What's the point?
Yeah.
yeah, because I don't know. I don't know if the powers with that 9 are not good enough for me, or that 9 is too high.
When
You know
I'm
what I'm
looking at
saying?
when I'm
Too
well, yeah,
high.
it's too high. When I'm looking at these, I'm only looking at the 3. The 3 is something you can get fairly early in the game, um, and obviously I'm not putting them on my force until I build my team. Now, being that I do have a Batman team, I'm going to have to keep these in mind.
Right.
But if you're not building something like that, then these are just things that you can think about afterwards. Kind of like tarot cards. But
But I mean,
they do require a little bit more practice because they are going to be in the game the entire game, and there's not as much variation as there is with a tarot deck. With a
yeah.
tarot deck, you can choose any different number of swords, cups, uh, major arcanas, wands, yada yada. But with these, there's this, and this is what you have. Period. So that is The Man Who Laughs. I'm just going to kind of read through these. If you guys have anything to say about a specific card, go ahead and pipe up. But I'm just going to read through them so that we can get them out into the open. Which is which? It's for Detective and Mystery Inc. The clue effect is when a friendly character with a listed keyword uses Perplex to target an opposing character. After resolutions, gain 1 clue token. At 3, once per turn, when an opposing character uses Shape Change, you may re-roll the result. And at 9, when an opposing character is knocked back after resolutions, deal that character 1 penetrating damage. So the fact that you get to re-roll the result, I don't, that might come in handy, I guess. I don't understand why they put you may re-roll the result.
It helps
instead
with
of,
my loaded dice.
yeah, I was gonna say.
Now, the difference between a Batman-centric team and a Mystery Inc-centric team is 100% based on Scooby Gang or Gotham Knights. The Scooby Gang, I actually see a lot more playability with these clue cards compared
Mm-hmm.
to.
Well, all the chases have Perplex.
Exactly, and
Yep.
it's not hard really to get Perplex in this game.
Right. So that takes us to Foul Play in Funland. When a friendly character with a listed keyword uses Perplex to target an opposing character, after resolutions gain 1 clue token. You're looking for Detective and Mystery Inc. At Suspect 3, friendly characters can use Shape Change, but only succeed on a 6. On case closed at 6, when a friendly character uses shape change and succeeds after resolutions, heal them 1 click. So it gives everybody the scroll team ability. Pretty fun for Foul Play and Funland. The Chest of Demons. When a friendly character with a listed keyword uses Perplex to target an opposing character after resolutions, gain 1 clue token. At 3, friendly characters can use Plasticity. And at 6, friendly characters have Safeguard Mystical Team ability and Mind Control. And at 9, friendly characters have the Mystical Team ability. If they have the Mystery Ink keyword, when they use it, the damage dealt is unavoidable instead.
This is the big one.
This is the big
one I
one.
can see.
Yeah, this is the one I'm reaching for, especially on my team.
So, I guess this is the time to voice my question of: do you have to have both keywords or just one?
Just one. You just need one keyword.
And you can only have one clue card at a time on your force?
No, you can have all these clue cards on your side map.
Okay. Then yes. I think this one, out of all of them, nails it. This is perfect design of what these should have been.
Mm-hmm. That takes us to Murder in the City Enduring. Detective and Green Lantern Corps. During your turn, when a friendly character with a listed keyword has 1 or more action token removed, after resolutions gain 1 clue token. At 6, friendly characters have Safeguard, Opposing Perplex, and Opposing Probability Control. And at 9, when this effect first becomes active, choose a friendly character with a listed keyword. This game, the chosen character modifies its combat values by +1 and has the Power Cosmic Team ability. Don't want to talk about this card. I'm just going to keep moving on.
Oh, I thought Josh would love this one.
I hate this one. Yeah. So I tried playing with this card with a bunch of tarot cards that would allow me to remove action tokens during certain, like the King of Cups or whatever it is, where you remove an action token if you get hit, and then the one where you remove an action token if you do hit, and then all those tarot cards. I tried to play this with that. Didn't really go off too much.
Well, I was thinking about it
was,
though, like
I think,
it's too much chance, right? Like there's just the chance that it's not gonna work, and
well, I think the
maybe it
main
was a
issue,
bad game.
Well, the main issue is I really misplayed there. I really shouldn't have ran my entire team up to your starting area, but
Oh, it worked out great for me. That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
I actually see this one being valuable as well. If you put super soldier serum on somebody, you get a little bit of a buff to willpower. With
Oh, this is going on my sideline. This is going on my side. I just don't see. You don't build around these things. You just
no, I'm not
they-
saying build around it.
Yeah, they just go there, and if it pops off, great. If it
I-
doesn't, fine.
I
Well-
often find myself having maybe 10 to 5 points left at the end of a build that I'm like, I could add on a few more things, but I don't know what.
Well, these
Green
don't cost
Lantern
any
does the
points.
same thing.
These are for free.
I
That's
know.
why-
What
that's
I'm
why-
saying is it helps me kind of determine what
Oh,
object
what
I wanna-
object you play? I got you.
Because
Well-
it does complement.
Gotcha.
The Green Lantern ring does the same thing, Alex.
Oh, does it now?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
willpower.
willpower then plus
Plus one.
We shut the heck up about it. Yeah.
Okay, so Stakeout. When a friendly character with a listed keyword hits 1 or more opposing characters after resolutions, gain 1 clue token. You're looking for Detective, Mr. Ink, and Teen Titans. At 3, friendly characters can use Stealth and can't be knocked back if they occupy hindering terrain. At 6, at the beginning of your turn, choose a friendly character occupying hindering terrain. This turn, the chosen character can use Support and Regeneration. They still have to take a power action to use those powers, so not great.
Yeah.
That takes us to Super Summer Hero Camp. I know this one comes in the Batman team up. No, this is the one that comes in the Play at Home kit. So we will be playing for this clue card as well as the number 100 Scooby-Doo. Its effect is when a friendly character with a listed keyword hits 1 or more opposing characters, after resolutions gain 1 clue token. You're looking at Detective, Pirate, and Teen Titans. And at 3, friendly characters have the dolphin symbol. At 6, when a friendly character hits after resolutions, they may generate a water terrain marker in their square. And at 12, friendly characters occupying hindering or water terrain can use Blades, Claws, Fangs. I don't see you getting to 12, but
They should put it on an animal team. They should have given an animal keyword.
yeah, well, they could have done a lot, but
Yeah.
yeah.
There's
This
just
is-
not enough versatility to. If you're getting 12 hits, what are you doing that you haven't ended a game?
Flurry, flurry, flurry.
Yeah.
So, unlocking Raven's spellbook. For Detective and Teen Titans, when a friendly character with a listed keyword hits one or more opposing characters, after resolution game one clue token, each at 9, so there is no 3 or 6 for this one, there's only the case closed 9. Each opposing character can only be given one free action during their turn. This is another one that you just put on your sideline, and if it hits, awesome. You're probably going to win that game. If it doesn't, fine, but don't plan around it.
If you got this one off on the regular, I would be very impressed because this is probably the most oppressive clue.
Case closed. Yeah.
Yeah. This just shuts down a team like back whenever you would get these random pieces that like the old Dr. Fate, old John Constantine, it just drags your opponent down.
Does he not know? Does he not know?
I don't know, I guess.
Merlin?
Oh, Merlin.
See, here's a problem. Here's the difference. Merlin affected your team. This card does not affect your
Yes.
team.
That is huge.
I'm just thinking straight across the board. I don't give a crap. This is me holding you down.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, Merlin held everybody down.
Like
This only
John
holds your opponent.
Constantine and Fate did as well.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is so you have to have either the perfect game, and if you again haven't won by now, it's just never gets off.
Yep.
Some of these need a reduction.
Yep. And then the last clue card is the Planispheric Disc. I really only read that to see if I could read Planispheric Disc. So the keywords are Detective and Mystery Inc. And when a friendly character with a list of keywords uses Perplex to target an opposing character, after resolution gain one clue token. At 3, friendly characters can use Improved Movement Elevated. And at 6, at the beginning of your turn, you may choose a friendly character and roll a d6. Move the chosen character up to the result. So yeah, if you have a couple perplexes on your team, I could see you getting to 6 pretty quickly, and this card might actually come into effect.
I feel like the Mystery Inc. cards out of all of these, the Scooby Gang ones just are the easiest and the more consistent ones that you will 100% get off every time.
Mm-hmm.
The Gotham Knights, you're going to have a lot more of a hard time. And the Green Lantern one, that's the one you're going off of RNG.
Right. Again, mystery cards, they come in, they're free. They just go on your sideline. They don't count as primes, they don't count as anything. They just take up a sideline slot. So they might be worth it. Okay, so that takes us into the objects.
I hope
The
it's-
objects, the first one is the utility belt, and then we'll go into the rings. I think I've gone on about the utility belt. If you guys have anything you guys want to talk about on the utility belt, please. It is up to you guys.
I think it is really nice to see something that reminds me of the world's finest object that came in the Fast Forces. It really reminds me of that without the dial.
Mm-hmm.
It really makes that object feel alive again without the pain.
Bob,
That's all I have to say.
Oh, like it.
I like it.
I can't see putting it on anything other than Batman Family because it's too random. You can't
Yeah,
count on it.
you're not paying for it. You're just.
Yeah.
Would this be, do you think this would go well on any of the legacy characters?
If they had the Batman family keyword, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so Green Lantern Ring. This one gives you willpower. If the character can already use willpower, when they use it, increase the result by +1. This is our first ring. Let me just say right off the top, if they have the keywords for the rings, you're probably putting the ring on them just for the constructs, because the constructs are going to add so much to your team that isn't on that character's dial. So if the character already has a decent dial, this ring is going on to them just for the constructs, outside of the effect that it gives you. And some of these rings have some very powerful effects. Green Lantern ring, it probably has the weakest, I would say, the weakest effect out of all the rings. Getting +1 to your willpower roll can be helpful, but it's not as good as, Poison or Mystical Team Ability, or even the Orange Lantern ring that gives plasticity. This, getting +1 to your willpower makes it easier for you to attack every turn, but you get the constructs. And if you're able to pop those out for free, then you're adding that much more damage, that more sustainability to your team. As far as constructs go, you do have the chainsaw and the boot, both of which are pretty strong attackers. Let's look at a chainsaw here. Flurry, blades, 10 attack. And then the boot, cowboy boot. Okay, cowboy boot is 10 for 2 with CCE, and he gets knockback. So once knockback damage comes back, the boot might be one of the more powerful ones, but he's hitting 11 for 3. You get the catcher's mitt that gives ESD, the lasso, which is incapacitate, but energy explosion incapacitate, on top of the super senses, so it's fairly difficult to KO. You do get the fire hydrant as well, that has invulnerability and can remove barrier tokens. And then the stop sign, which has barrier, and opposing characters within 2 squares can't use improved movement. So you're getting some form. I kind of equate them to the Plastic Man objects. You're getting those for free on your team if you run one of these rings.
I ran the cowboy boot the other day against Jeremiah, and it actually surprised me with how useful it was. I ran it through Flash, which I was honestly wanting to run the chainsaw for obvious reasons, but the boot really is such a big player on moving your opponent around now and getting them to where you need them.
Right. And just to reiterate on the knockback, it is free knockback an adjacent opposing character 6 squares if it has the tiny damage symbol, 4 squares if it has a regular one, or 2 squares if it is a giant. Bob, anything to add about the constructs or the Green Lantern ring?
Oh, other than playing on the appropriate colors, I can't really think of anything else.
Gotcha.
I think they're super awesome. I think it is an awesome way to get around barrier teams. I think it's an awesome way, especially if you have all the constructs in a ring bearer. I think it is a answer, to a lot of potential issues, and I really enjoy that about it.
Mm-hmm. Alex, do you need to hop off here?
Here in a little bit, I will.
Okay.
Probably by the end of this. Are we going to go over each ring individually, or are we just kind of going to go which one gives what?
I'm going to go over which one gives what, and then if you guys have anything to add on them.
Yeah.
As well as what characters would pair really well with each ring.
I know what one because again, I've been talking to you guys a little bit about this one individual piece from this set that I'm so excited for.
I think I know what you're talking about. So the Green Lantern ring takes us into the Sinestro Core ring, which grants Perplex, and if this character can already use Perplex, when they use it to negatively modify a combat value, then they modify it by -2 instead. And as far as characters to put rings on, there's a lot of characters out there that are on high-level meta teams that really just do one thing and then sit in the back for the rest of the game. I'm really thinking about the Commissioner. The Commissioner comes top to mind. I mean, he pops out rookie, and then most games he doesn't really do too much else. So you could use the Commissioner to pop out, a stop sign construct for an extra barrier, or something along those lines.
I agree that these rings are definitely going to give some of your support pieces more capability of doing more for your team.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just being that one piece that your opponent never attacks because it's sitting cornered back in the back.
Right. Okay, Sinestro Core Ring takes us to Blue Lantern, which grants them power, and if this character can already use Empower, when they use it, they also modify the attacker's attack by +1. Saint Walker, I couldn't imagine. Saint Walker is probably the best Lantern that we got in this set because he has Empower, Enhancement, and Perplex. If you play him at 60, if you play him at 30, he has TK. He's definitely my favorite Lantern, as well as a map-wide crit hit modifier. So, Blue Lantern Ring, I am probably going to be playing a lot of. Empower is it's a strong power. Empower is something that no one really thinks about anymore, but it really any way to increase a damage, Empower and Enhancement, it's
I think enhancement's more sought after because you want to stay out of range, but empower is definitely the power creep.
well with the amount of charge flurry that we're getting. Empower.
And
Empower.
It would definitely work well.
Mm-hmm.
I would see a lot of this being placed on characters that
Right.
characters that are doing enhancement. I'm not enhancement. Flurry, like you said, it is
Yep.
extra.
Okay, the Orange Lantern Ring. The Orange Lantern Ring grants plasticity, but if this character can already use plasticity, when it hits with a close attack, after resolutions, you may unequip a hit character and equip that equipment to this character. Probably the most powerful ring. Taking away people's soul swords, taking away the cloak, taking away the emotional modifier if they have it. Really anything like that. Now, what you do have to keep in mind is that most characters, Larfleeze being the exception, who is the holder of the Orange Lantern Ring, they can only be equipped with one object at a time. So whenever they would hit with a close attack and equip themselves with that character's equipment, they would automatically drop this ring.
I was going to say there's no other option really to play this with outside of Larfleeze. And
not for free. Not for free.
Well, yeah. I would say 100% that this ring really does remind me of how Larfleeze uses it to steal just in general. And so I think they did a very good job replicating what Larfleeze does with his ring in the comics. So I want to say, at least, and give them praise, this was probably one of the best comic book adaptation to the game on just how it mechanically worked.
Mm-hmm. I've been looking at this a lot for Venom Wolverine because you might equip her with something else to make her better, but if you're taking equipment away from your opponent and then you can choose which equipment you want to take from them, I feel like that's almost twice the value that you would pay for an equipment because you're taking it from your opponent and you're equipping it to yourself.
Yeah, I can see putting this on a character Flurry.
Yeah.
And then just devastating.
Yeah, because anytime you can unequip your opponent is yeah.
Do the rings, when they're dropped, are they destroyed?
No,
they just dropped. Yeah.
They're destructible.
Yeah, they're unequipped drops, so they would just drop in that character's square.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Red Lantern Ring grants poison. If this character can already use poison, when they use it, damage dealt is penetrating. This is the ring that Bob was talking about putting on the Joker. I don't really see it as a Joker thing because he's already dealing it's not penetrating poison, but his poison can't be reduced below 1. But there are a lot of characters that wouldn't mind having poison, and also
last 3 clicks.
Right.
It was for his last 3 clicks there.
Yeah. But if he's down to his last 3 clicks, he might as well be dead.
No, not with that mastermind.
He doesn't have mastermind on his last 3 clicks.
I guess he might be dead.
Yeah.
I feel really bad. There's one fig, not necessarily a fig I wanted to play it with, just a fig I feel really bad because this is a thing now. Guy Gardner is no more like a viable fig. I mean, I guess he still does his AoE Quake thing. That's pretty good. But
Well, you also have to remember we got a bunch of red constructs in here that he can generate.
Yeah.
Guy Gardner is not dead, Josh.
I think
I mean, Guy Gardner was really good because of the chainsaw.
yeah, but that was the
Yeah,
only
but now
reason.
he gets the chainsaw, the stop sign, the mitt, all of them.
Hmm.
I think that out of all of the rings, this one has the potential to do the most just put on anyone instead of somebody who's specifically a Red Lantern, Green Lantern, etc. This one I can see actually being added on to others.
Well, if you put this on a decent tie down piece,
Mhm.
like a plastic man, right, who can pop out of the game
Yes.
if he feels the need to, something like that where he can pop back in and then poison, that wouldn't be a
Yeah.
bad idea.
But I think Atrocitus, the legacy card Atrocitus, is just screaming for this ring.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Since it's free on him, absolutely.
Yep. Yep. Probably the worst ring in the set is Indigo, just because support is not. And giving it to bystanders might be a thing, but I don't think anyone's going to really try unless they are wanting. I just don't see this
Bystanders
ring.
aren't standard characters, are they?
No. And
No, but Indigo One allows bystanders to use support, and he's the only Indigo tribe piece.
I'm
in
gonna say
Modern.
that is exactly why you're wrong. This ring sadly is only meant for one character, and it is Indigo One. She with this ring becomes a very big threat because you're healing. Because if I remember right, support's minimum 2, and that increases it by 1 just generically. So you're now at a 3, and with healing for 3 clicks at range with her, yeah, I see so much potential in this ring, but only for one figure. There's not really anyone else I could see this ring going on that would make them go berserk. This is a single figure ring.
If it was a free action, I would agree with you. But
Yeah,
it's
if
not.
that's how they had changed the support to work, instead it was
Right.
a free action,
Yes.
this would send the game into chaos because then now you have to contend with support.
Or just kill the support piece, like how you
That
used
too.
to.
Again, I'm continuously thinking when I think of this ring, I'm only associating it with Indigo 1 because
Right.
it can't really be used anywhere else effectively.
No, and you might be right. You might be right. It might be something that's viable, and it probably is viable. Honestly, it's just not something that I'm going to try to run. Alex, if you run it, I am excited
If
to
I
see
can
it
get
work.
it, yes, 100%. I have this team, I have it built, I need to get everything for it, and it is going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the hard part about the set is getting all the constructs.
Well, and I don't necessarily think you need every single construct for your team to blast off. I think if you have an idea of what your team's wanting to do, of course you have to keep the chainsaw just because the chainsaw's so fucking brutal.
Yep, you need the chainsaw. You need the stop sign. You need the fire hydrant. Don't need the cowboy boot if you have the chainsaw.
Yeah, it's
You
like
need the catcher mitt. I think
You
the
need the
catcher
catcher's
mitt.
mitt. Yeah, you
Like,
need the catcher's
Catcher
mitt.
Mitt just provides so much coverage. The spotlight is entirely worthless.
Yeah, yeah, probably.
Well, if it gave your team
The thing is, it can pop out for free. So if you're
yeah,
out of constructs, then yes. Or
oh, can you not
you
use
know what
the
I mean.
same construct? If it dies, I can't generate the same one.
No,
Oh,
you get one iteration of each construct per game.
right.
Okay, that makes more sense then.
Yes, that's why I'm saying you might want every construct
Well,
because
but
you can't pop out the chainsaw
the
every
spotlight,
turn.
the spotlight
No.
has no attack, no movement, no damage. It is just the last piece you will pull out, and
Yes,
it
yeah.
does very little.
Yep, I agree with you. But I'm excited to see what you do with the Indigo Tribe ring, and we'll see if it's viable. some early results are coming out of Orlando. They didn't really play a lot with Batman Team Up. But, we'll have to see down the line how all these rings really affect the meta. But one that probably will is the Star Sapphire ring. It grants it grants the mystical team ability, and if the character already has the mystical team ability, when they use it, the damage dealt is unavoidable instead. So we've already seen what the Soul Sword can do. If you can add this to the team, it's that much more powerful.
Which sword gives you mystics?
The Soul Sword.
Yeah, so if you Lars Fleece with this ring, his orange ring, and the Soul Sword, hello, you got pain.
Yeah.
I wish that they weren't rotating Wonder Woman 80 out, because the Wonder Woman in that set would have been great for this. The Star Sapphire would have been perfect for this. She needed this to actually have the mystics.
Mm-hmm.
I think these kids kind of dropped the ball.
Yeah. We just need more than one DC set a year.
Yeah, and again, that's the only thing we can say is more DC.
Mm-hmm.
I am personally not a fan of this ring. I don't know. It's that, well,
It's that stupid
the MY word just drives me crazy. I just, Mystic's team ability is okay. It's fine. I don't like it necessarily.
I wish it was still the old version.
I don't know. I just,
This makes
not,
it the old version.
you're doing damage for not doing anything, and you might be doing damage to your team for a misplay on your part anyway. So like, I just feel like Mystic's team ability in itself is, I don't know. I don't know, something. I don't personally like it, but then
I'm putting it
you're
on
gonna be,
Blackheart.
huh?
I'm putting it on Blackheart.
I'm sure you would,
Dormammu
but it's
Red.
just,
Yeah, Dormammu Red.
Dormammu Red.
I don't know, man. I just, anytime like it's unavoidable reflective damage on you for no, I don't know, for no strategy, no thought necessarily going into how that's going to work from, an opponent, I just have a problem with that.
Josh, that's not true. I mean, people will, especially under the old way that Mystics was, people would line up their characters and allow you to hit them so you would take the damage. I mean, there was strategy always involved with it. I mean, when I'm playing my Mystic characters and they have Mystic team ability, I place them so if you want to hit it, fine, I'm going to get a click on you. I mean, that's part of the strategy.
It's the sacrifice of, I know you have to hit this piece,
Right.
so you better hit it hard, or else you're going to be whittling down your own team. But that's just Mystics in a nutshell.
It's called insurance.
Right.
Yeah.
Combined with probability control.
Nah, I don't know.
Okay. All right, guys. That takes us out of the legacy cards. It takes us out of the mystery cards, and it takes us out of the equipment. From here, we can go into the base set. And I'm going to kind of speed through these pieces, at least until we get to, the pieces that we want to talk about, right? Like Deathstroke.
This is when I have to also dip out myself.
Oh, go for it, Oz. Go for it, brother.
Later, if I'm back and you guys are still going, I'll hop back in if I can.
Okay, dude. Yeah, have a good night, and if you're back, love to have you.
All right. I have no idea how to leave this.
Just go to Discord, hit end. Okay. So, like I was saying, we are going to go into the base set here. I'm just going to kind of speed through these pieces, just talk about what they're good for. If there's a piece that you guys want me to stop on, that you want to talk about, please feel free to pipe up and let me know. So we're going to start with Robin. He comes in at 50 or 25. I really only see him being played at 25 points. He is a 25-point leadership for celebrity keyword, where before you had to Fantastic Four keyword cheat some pieces on there to get the leadership on a celebrity team. Very solid for 25 points. Gets the Batman ally and Teen Titans ability. Really just 25-point leadership. Then we go into Scooby-Doo, and we get some of the Mystery Inc. Scooby-Doo is 50 points for Charge Quake Super Senses PC Shape Change, and when he uses it and succeeds, his turn friendly characters with the Mystery Ink keyword can use Toughness. Not that great for 50 points. Just a common Scooby-Doo. We go to Shaggy, who is Running Shot Perplex, and he has traded Super Senses. When he uses it and succeeds, this turn friendly characters with the Mystery Ink keyword can use Combat Reflexes. And that is something to keep in mind as we're going through these pieces and I'm reading them out loud. A lot of these pieces give powers and abilities to other characters that share keyword with them. So if you do want to run a team with these pieces, keep that in mind. Make sure you're keeping track of that. So again, Scooby-Doo gives Toughness to Mystery Ink characters when he hits on Shape Change. Shaggy gives Combat Reflexes when he hits on Super Senses. Takes us to Fred, who is just Passenger 4 with Leadership and an 18 Defend. He also has TK, comes in at 50 points. Decent taxi. Raven at 75 and 50 point lines. Pricier, mainly at 50 points, but 75 you get 2 more clicks of her special on attack, and you get the Shape Change rollout. At 50 points, you get her, 1 click of her special on attack, which is Pen Psych and TK, and she starts with Perplex, which is probably why you will only see her at 50 points.
Won't see her at all.
Fair enough, Bob. Starfire is another piece you probably won't see at all. She comes in at 75 or 50. Yeah, you're not going to see this piece at all, but when friendly character uses the Teen Titans team ability, they may choose all adjacent friendly characters that have the Teen Titans team ability instead. In other words, each character heals 1 click and only 1d6 is rolled. That could be very powerful. For those of you that don't know, the Teen Titans team ability is just like the X-Men team ability.
Yeah, no, real quick, just a blanketed statement. I really, I didn't think I was going to, but I really like the Teen Titan figures, the cartoony look of it. Maybe because I'm a fairly new dad and like my little girl plays with all my extras, and she screamed when she saw like Power Girl and Batgirl, and she was like, because she watches this show called Superhero Girls on Netflix, and they very similar cartoon style. So like, and it's the same characters pretty much. So I don't know, just having that and like, I don't know, seeing her really excited about bringing home HeroClix was really cool. So I dig the new sculpts. I dig the new art style of these. Do I want them to all turn this way? No. But it was really cool and really fun. I appreciated it.
Yeah.
I'll have some more for you later on this week, Josh.
Good. She's already broke like 47 of them. So
I have some more for you right now, John.
man, and I guess while we're talking about that too, I just wanted to say I was very disappointingly surprised with how fragile these figs have been. I've never. I don't think I've ever experienced an opening yet, a brick opening, where out of like 10 of my boosters that I opened, I got 7 broken figs.
Yeah.
Or was it 6? 6 or 7 broken figs.
I think I pulled like 3 jinxes and 2 of them were completely busted off the dial.
Yeah.
So I only have 1 jinx that's and she's just, an uncommon piece.
Yeah, so I don't know who needs to hear that or who needs to be told this, but and I understand
they need to be
like
told that they're not listening to this, and if they are listening to this,
they're going to.
Yeah, well, maybe, but they didn't make it this far.
Yeah. Well, timestamp. We're gonna put a timestamp for this little caveat.
Whiz kids, you need to just skip to right here.
1 hour 59 minutes.
Yep.
But yeah, adding these cartoony figures really helps bring in new players and hopefully younger players for a new generation of Clixers.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, let's hope so. That takes us to Moss, who works with Manos. He has a special on movement, hypersonic speed, that gains passenger 1 instead of passenger 0, but only to carry characters that can use hypersonic speed at 25 points for Empower. Very solid Teen Titans piece. The Speedster keyword just needs to go away, in my opinion. But
Moloid.
How many points was Moloid? Was he 10
And
points?
10 points.
Yeah. Okay, so he's 15 points more than Moloid.
Yeah.
But he gains
He
hypersonic.
gives you an attack. He gives you
Yeah.
an attack.
Yep. Harley Quinn, you're going to play her at 25, obviously.
Absolutely.
This is one of those characters that gives additional abilities to other characters. She has a trait friendly characters with the Batman enemy team ability have Suicide Squad team ability. So that on top of all the other powers that we will talk about.
And great keywords.
And great keywords. Okay, Bob, you and your scientist, I get it.
Yeah. Well, it's not like that, but as we talked about earlier, if you're going to play the Harley Quinn Poison Ivy, this is what you're going to split off into.
Pop out. Yep, this is the piece you're popping out. You're probably only popping her out at 25, and at
Correct.
that point she heals to top click.
Yes.
Okay. Batgirl, you're only going to play Batgirl at 20 points, not even look at the 45-point line. Well, we'll look at it. I'll put it up here real fast because you might play her at 45 points for Outwit on a sealed team. But at 20 points, she starts on click 3. And her trait is friendly characters with the Teen Titans team ability have the Batman ally team ability. So it gives all your Teen Titans stealth. Like I said, we need more than one DC set so that we could have more Teen Titans. But I'm trying to think, there wasn't a legacy card this really works with. This really just works with base set Teen Titans. But at 20 points, you are getting a 20-point perplex. Very solid. Daphne at 50 is 50 points for Empower, double target in cap, and a trait that says free, destroy a piece of blocking terrain within range and line of fire. She has a 5 range with sidestep. So, yeah, probably won't see her at all. Probably not even in sealed, really. Takes us to Kid Flash, who has a trait that confused the heck out of me when I first saw it. Or not trait, but special on damage. Free, roll a d6, 5 through 6, remove an action token from an adjacent friendly character that's less points than Kid Flash, or that he shares a keyword with. This is mid-turn leadership. That's all it is. So when I read it, I was like, why didn't they just give him leadership? But it's for the middle of your turn, or at the end of your turn. So you don't have to roll it at the beginning.
Or you made another attack.
Yeah.
Somebody's pushed from last turn.
Move him up to the pushed character, roll the d6. Gotcha. Yeah, but 50 points, no. Velma at 50 is 50 points for Outwit, improved targeting, hindering, and has a trait when an opposing character within range and line of fire uses PC. After resolutions, you may heal a friendly character with the Mystery Ink keyword, 1 click. No. She doesn't have stealth, no rollouts, no reducers. She is gonna die. So no, that's a no on Velma.
She is just dead.
She's just dead. She died looking for her glasses. Okay, so Clayface is the first piece that we might want to talk about. This guy comes in at 50 points with the Batman enemy team ability, so he is getting everything that these Arkham Asylum pieces are giving out. His damage power is shape change. When Clayface uses it and succeeds after resolutions, you may generate a Clayface duplicate bystander protected Outwit. His duplicate bystander looks just like his second click. It is 7 speed plasticity, 10 attack, 18 defense with invulnerability, and then 3 damage with shape change as well. Oh no, it doesn't have shape change. I'm sorry. No shape change on the duplicate, only shape change on Clayface.
One piece, but you can outwit him. That's the problem.
You can't outwit his shape change.
That's the only thing, but you can outwit everything else.
Yep, and no movement attack, 50 points.
Nope.
Meh. Fair enough. But he does get the Suicide Squad team ability.
Yes.
I think he gets Stealth. Underworld is coming up as well.
Right.
I think
He's a fun piece. He's a fun piece. I played him in the pre-release. He's a lot of fun.
Yep. The common Batman that goes with the Trinity comes in at 75 or 50, has a fun rally mechanic for all attack rolls. Free, remove one of Batman's rally dice to choose a friendly character within range and line of fire. Until your next turn, the chosen character has Safeguard, opposing Perplex. Not the Batman you're looking for
No.
for the world's finest pop out. Not the Batman you're reaching for in a meta environment. But if you are in a sealed and you need some perplex on your team, go ahead and throw him on there. So he does have a team up card for Superman and Wonder Woman, the Trinity. If a listed friendly character on the map is on the map and Batman uses Rally to choose a character with the Batman ally, Superman ally, or Wonder Woman ally, the chosen character also has Safeguard opposing probability control until your next turn. Okay. Meh, not great. Superman comes in at 150, 75, or 50 points. Is your charge piece with CCE. His special and attack is actually fairly powerful. When Superman hits with a range attack, choose one to last until your next turn. A hit target can't use stop, or a hit target gains immobile.
Right.
Fairly powerful, but he's super easy to kill. At 50 points, he's only 3 clicks long and only has invulnerability.
My big issue on this is the question: does that take place once he hits before you start clicking the dial on your opponent's character?
I would assume it's an after resolutions effect, so you get to choose.
Doesn't say that.
Yeah.
Doesn't say after resolution. So if it's going to be
Superman hits with a range attack.
right, so the stop click should go away at that point if you choose that.
Yes. Yes.
So it would go right to the stop click.
Right. It's before damage is dealt.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. So it could go through the stop click. You are correct. But with a range of 5, how much is he really hitting?
Well, at 150 points with a range of 5. Of course, you can put him in stealth with Batman.
You could put him in stealth. You could give him the Wonder
stealth.
Woman ally team ability.
Yep.
You do some stuff with him, but
And he does destroy blocking too, so, by moving through it.
yeah, and his rally is free for friendly one on friendly attack rolls. Free to remove one of Superman's rally dice to remove an action token from a friendly character within range. We saw that on Mantis last set for 25 points.
But you're right, he's not the Superman I'd be reaching for.
No. Wonder Woman comes in at 75 or 50 points. 75 point line is charged with Impervious. Special and attack. 50 point line is charged with Senses. Special and attack. So you're probably playing her at her 50 point line. Her special and attack is Giant Reach 3. Quake when Wonder Woman hits after resolutions. Hit characters can't use damage powers until your next turn. Her rally of opposing rolls of 6 is free. Remove one of Wonder Woman's rally dice to heal a friendly character within range, 1 click. Very solid, not the Wonder Woman you are reaching for 50 points.
Oh, you should be reaching for Death Metal Wonder Woman.
Yeah. So Bumblebee at 40 has hypersonic speed and Incapacitate Precision Strike. When she uses Incapacitate, she also deals normal damage to hit characters given an action token. She's dishing out 2 damage for 40 points. Fairly solid, especially with all the things that Teen Titans is giving out. Not necessarily meta, but sealed worthy. Robot Man is another piece that's probably not meta worthy with his 6 movement charge. He does have willpower, and when he uses it after resolutions, you may move him up to a number of squares equal to the result. That's a lot of chance in your D6 roll, not something that you can really...
And that's one question I had, Eric.
Yeah.
It doesn't say, it just says when he uses willpower.
Yes.
So if he uses willpower, does he just get to, he doesn't have to hit it. He just uses it. He gets to move.
Right. Yeah, so if he rolls a 3 on willpower,
Doesn't matter.
He can move 3 squares.
Correct. So he's going to get to move regardless.
Yeah.
So you might get an attack every turn with him. It's just... So
he might be a good like
I'm not putting him on.
Yeah, I'm not putting him on my team.
I'm not putting him on my team. I'm just saying it's a sneaky little power. If you don't know what's going on, if you want to play a Doom Patrol team, you have the opportunity.
And if you do play a Doom Patrol team, he does have a team up card for the theme team Doom Patrol. If Robot Man is part of the listed theme team at the beginning of your turn, roll a d6 on 3 through 5. Until your next turn, characters can only move in a direct path. And on a 6, until your next turn, opposing characters can only move in a direct path. So you have a way to kind of hinder both you and your opponent there for 50 points. Not my thing. Might be worth it on a Doom Patrol theme team if you are going to go that route. Red Raven is a sideline active piece, and that's probably the main way you're going to see her. When a friendly character of 40 points or more with the Teen Titans keyword is KO'd after resolutions, you may generate Red Raven from your sideline on click number 4 in that character's square. If the KO character was named Raven, you may generate Red Raven on click number 1 instead. Her rally mechanic is on opposing attack rolls of 6, and free remove 2 of Red Raven's rally dice. If you do this game, she has Steel Energy and Colossal Damage Symbol and Power Cosmic team ability.
Hey, can there
special
while on the
one's charging
sideline,
flurry.
can they
No.
can they get
cannot-
rally die?
Nope. You cannot get rally die on the sideline.
Okay.
So she would have to be in the game for you to generate those rally dice. But if you have a Teen Titans piece on your team, she might be worth it just to have on your sideline for free.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blackfire. I just lost my spot. So Blackfire comes in at 100 or 50 points. At 50 point line, you're looking at hypersonic speed with a 7 movement, 3 damage with shape change, and 17 defense with invincible. She has a trait. Free, choose an opposing character within range and line of fire. Until your next turn, that character's combat values can't be positively modified. So that's the Outsider's team ability. Okay. They made it a trait instead of just... Okay, so, and then on her 100 point line, you get RCE instead of shape change and an 18 defense. Okay.
She's
Not
good
much.
for sealed.
Good, great for sealed.
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
Great for sealed. 12 for 4 with hypersonic speed. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, great for sealed. Josh, did you play this character in sealed?
No, I didn't pull her. I pulled
Starfire.
Star Sapphire
Yeah, Starfire.
or Starfire.
It was was it TJ who played it, or was it? No, it wasn't TJ. It was Jeremiah. Jeremiah played it.
Okay, that makes sense. I don't think I got to play against Jeremiah. Okay, so Manos is just like Moss, except his dial is reversed. He starts with his precision strike instead of empower, and has the same same special on movement. And for 25 points for a hypersonic speed piece that's doing at least 1 damage or getting through super sense rolls, not bad for a Teen Titans team if you guys are wanting to run Teen Titans. That's Manos. That brings us to Poison Ivy, which you are only running at 25, right?
No, this is one I would run it if I'm going to run. I'm going to run it at 50.
You might actually run it at 50. Give her the red
Yeah.
ring. Yeah, okay, I see it. So, 50 points. She starts with her special on attack, which is
Right.
poison, but deals damage even if moved or placed this turn. Her trait is the one that gives Batman enemies stealth.
Right.
Mind control
Excellent.
with a range of 4. Yeah, you just move this character up into your opponent's face.
Yeah, especially against Martian Manhunter.
Oh yeah.
Get him off
I
the
mean,
top click.
she's not unique, is she?
No.
No.
So what's that? I mean, okay, couple things. Are the rings unique?
Yes.
Yes,
So you can only have one on your team.
Yes.
correct.
Okay. I'm like, what's stopping somebody from buying like 5 rings and 5 poison ivies and like 1 green lantern and just whoop, that the whole team down next to somebody and that character's instantly dead?
The red ring is unique,
Yeah. Okay.
but that's
There's still a play there, though,
That is
right?
still a play. Yeah, that is definitely still a play.
Because that's a lot of just free damage.
Yeah, it is.
Joker has the same trait. The Legacy card Joker we were talking about. He can move in poison too. So
Only if
both of
he's killed something that turn.
only if he's killed something. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So
Well, she's I like her. I mean, she's the other one that Harley and Ivy will split into. You put her at 50, you put uh, Harley at 25, and there's your 75 points.
yeah, she's getting to the 10 attack base poison with exploit, combat
And
reflexes,
mind control.
and giving everybody stealth. Yeah.
Yep.
Very solid. Okay, so the poison ivy's good, and I think running. You know, if you run 3 of her and then Green Lantern, Batman.
I'm not joking. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
no,
the
yeah.
same thing was done with Maggot. Exactly the same thing. Only it was harder to do.
Well, Maggot also could charge for free.
Sure,
If his
Yeah.
pogs.
but
hit something.
this is no contesting free damage. The thing that I do not like. I don't know. I like poison way better than I do mystics. But
How do
like,
you like poison more than you like mystics?
because you have to. Nah, I don't.
Yeah,
Dead
don't-
horse.
don't- yeah,
Not
don't go
beating
there,
it.
Josh, because the argument you're going to make for poison is the same argument that people are going to make for Mystic's damage. It's positioning.
No. I'm
Well,
talking
poison. The thing is, poison. You have no control over it. If you're going up against a mystical team, you have control about whether or not you hit the
Yeah.
character with mystical team ability. And if someone's running 3 of her, you have no choice on when they are going to bring her up.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is that I think there is definitely a potential play here, just to set down poison like that and literally just one shot a handful of people.
Yeah. I mean, it gets
Ma-
rid of all the support.
Yep.
Venom Magneto. No, Venom Magneto has
No,
toughness.
He's
Yeah,
got toughness.
he's got toughness. Yep. But Scarlet Witch. Okay.
Yep.
So Poison Ivy's decent. Don't know how decent. And I don't know if anybody's ever going to try to play with her. Beast Boy is a character I haven't really looked at yet.
Oh,
So-
he's awesome, dude.
Okay, so free turn Beast Boy's dial to the same click number of a different color. Special on movement on his red dial is flight with passenger 4. So his red dial is precision strike shape change ESD. His blue dial is plasticity poison shape change, and his black dial is flurry shape change and smoke cloud.
You're going to see him played on animal teams.
30
like-
points.
Yeah, you're going to see him played on animal teams like crazy.
Why is that?
Okay, he's got the animal keyword,
Right.
number 1.
Yeah.
Okay. And he can carry 4 characters
Mm-hmm.
and fly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if he starts off that and carries them up, he then can do his free turn after that and switch it over to, for example, defend and have everyone at 18,
Mm-hmm.
or to poison and have combat reflexes with plasticity and shape change. To lock everyone down while he's got all the animal characters up there poisoning them to pieces.
Gotcha. My question is, where Lockjaw is still a thing. Lockjaw is only 30 points as well.
How many characters does Lockjaw carry?
4.
Still think you're going to see this, especially with, we were just talking about, what were we talking about? It just,
the Teen Titans stuff.
the Teen Titan stuff, bringing it back. He's just, when you can flip the dial like you can flip on him, going back and forth for your support, it just makes him so much more valuable, especially to an animal team at 30 points.
Okay.
I mean, I see it as a 30-point carry.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
30 point carry is not bad.
And then but the thing is you start out at a carry. Once you get them up there, you can switch to one of the other 2 dials depending on what you need. If you need, you can make all your animals 18 with defend. Or if you're already base to base with them, you switch it over to the plasticity Poison Dial. It's just the versatility of it because it's
Yeah.
free.
You know, he's gonna die turn 1, but okay.
He will. He will die turn 1. I will kill him so fast.
Oh, everything else is up there poisoning you.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Okay, so Jinx, the thing that she does really cool, she makes Teen Titans get the mystical team ability. Other than that, she's a PC piece for 40 points.
Great for a sealed.
Great for a
Super
sealed.
great for sealed.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. Great for a sealed. Yeah, I had to kill her first. Right. So Power Girl. Power Girl is your main beat stick for a sealed, or for Teen Titans. She does give all Titans the Superman ally team ability, which is very powerful in this set, because a lot of characters in this set really rely on stealth. So very good in sealed, otherwise not that great. Gizmo is kind of fun, but also not great. He is a flyer for some reason, which I don't understand really. I know he can make a lot of cool stuff, but when an opposing character heals after resolutions, he'll Gizmo 1 click, and then he gets leadership and outwit with his special bond. Damage, 50 points, not that great. Great in a sealed for outwit though, and leadership. Great in sealed. I would play him in a sealed. That's Gizmo. Elastigirl is a Doom Patrol piece. Charge, Quake, shape change, and then her trait is Giant Reach of 4 with regeneration as free, but only if Elastigirl was damaged since your last turn, which is usually when you want to regenerate.
Yes. And she's got I think she's a nice little piece. I
She's
mean,
a great piece.
I don't know if I play her, between the Outsiders and Giant Reach Quake.
Mm-hmm.
And, with the knockback rules coming in with the next set, it,
Yeah.
get the right map, it could be devastating.
I would definitely give her a look, especially if I'm playing Doom Patrol. Very solid. But 60 points is 60 points, and there's a lot of goodness that can fit in 60 points. That takes us to the Penguin, who is another Batman enemy that gives out cool stuff. I've looked at his 50.
Good.
It's shape change, but I'm going to play him at 25.
Yeah.
He gives the entire team, or everyone with the Batman enemy team ability, Underworld team ability, which is one of the best team abilities in the game right now. Really like this piece. He's hitting 11 for 3. If you can give him stealth with, I think it was Harley Quinn, or was it Poison Ivy?
Poison Ivy.
It was Poison Ivy. So Poison Ivy gives everybody stealth. Penguin gives everyone the Underworld team ability, so they can all carry 2 characters whenever they move around. Okay, so that's Penguin. Catwoman is kind of cool. She doesn't die. She's got the Batman ally and Underworld team ability. Comes in at 25 points. Probably the best 25 point. We got a lot of, these 25 point pieces. They're probably the best 25 point pieces that we've seen in the game so far. So she's
Time.
Yeah, she's Flurry Blades with a trait that gives her Precision Strike. And when Catwoman hits, roll a d6. 3 through 6, unequip a hit character.
Yeah. Very nice.
Very good. Very good if you can get her to hit something. And the thing is, she does have range. So she can hit from range in that stealth. Not a bad piece. And something that
Are you thinking about bringing her up and plunking her down, Eric? Is that what you're talking about?
I wouldn't plunk her down. I'd probably keep her in the back and then...
The problem is you have to almost TK her up to get her to do what you want her to do.
Not when you can run Gotham City keyword, sir, and you have a Green Lantern Batman. So, that's Catwoman. It's very solid 25-point piece. Like I said, this set and the last set kind of introduced us to some really powerful 25-point pieces, and I don't think we're done yet. Actually, we are definitely not done yet. So the Joker comes in at 50. He does have a team-up card as well for Arkham Asylum or Injustice League theme team, which works with Deathstroke. So if the Joker is part of a listed theme team, friendly characters that have a team ability that the Joker has can use toughness, which isn't that great of an ability. Does stop poison shenanigans, most of them. His other trait gives characters with the Batman enemy team ability the mystical team ability. For 50 points, he's shape change, senses, poison, and plasticity top click, and he goes down to pulse wave on his last 2 clicks with perplex.
Hmm.
I
You
think
wanna put
that's the best. That's the best. That's the best trait to give the Batman enemy team ability, Mystic, so far.
Yeah. Well,
But I never understood. I don't understand why he would have the mystical team ability. He's
doesn't
not
it go back to
mystical.
like
Yeah,
doesn't it go back to like Emperor Joker?
sure, but this isn't Emperor Joker. And Emperor Joker was just a one comic thing.
I don't know either.
I feel
mean,
like
this
they
is-
just gave him Mystics. They just
Well,
gave
this-
him Mystics because they didn't want to give out like wording that said you get dealt damage when you hit the Joker. You know.
Well, this is the Joker from the Batman Scooby Doo movie.
And I haven't seen the movie, so that
Yeah.
might be.
So I don't know, but that's who this is. This is the Joker from the Batman Scooby Doo movie.
And that might make more sense because they're constantly hunting mysticals and monsters and stuff like that. But I mean, he doesn't even have the mystical keyword.
Or should he?
No, but I mean, if they're going off of the if they're going off of the movie, first of all, if they're going off the movie, he should have the mystical keyword if he has the mystical team ability. If that's kind of the shenanigan that they're going with, and the significant appearance should be the Batman team up movie, not Batman #1 from 1940.
Well, WizKids logic.
Rage. Rage. Okay, so that takes us into the rares. And the first rare that we have is Monsieur Mala. Looking at RCE, special on movement, 60 points. 5 range, double bolts, 10 base attack, but he's hitting 11 for 4 from range. His trait is willpower, and when Monsieur Mala uses it and succeeds, you may also remove an action token from an adjacent friendly character he shares a keyword with. Charge, leap, climb, and running shot is his special on movement. And if you're running animal and you want to put this guy on there, he might not be a bad candidate for the Green Lantern ring. But that's if you want to run animal.
Yeah.
That
A lot of
is
points
really-
on an animal.
And
That's a lot of.
there's a lot that goes on animal right now, and this
Yeah.
piece probably doesn't make it. Speaking of animals, the prime of this piece is Beast Boy in gorilla form. And he's got a 30-point line, which is probably going to be where you see him at, Outsider's team ability and Teen Titans team ability. His trait, when establishing theme teams, characters on your starting force with the animal keyword gain the Teen Titans keyword. More keyword
That's why-
manipulation. We need more keyword manipulation in DC
Well,
sets.
That gives all the animal teams a way to heal themselves too.
They gain the keyword, not the team ability.
Oh, okay. The keyword.
Mhm.
Okay, read it wrong. Sorry.
Fair enough, though. That would be very strong. But
Yeah.
he just gives out the keyword. But we do need more of that in DC sets. I wish they'd put more in this set. Granted,
So
they did-
now animal
they did-
teams have full stealth, or animal teams can see through stealth. Animal teams all have mystics.
I think those pieces are. They said that if they already had the team
Oh,
ability,
okay.
not the keyword. Yeah, they need the team ability for them to do that.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Not just the keyword. This just lets you put animals on a Teen Titans team.
Gonna see him then.
Yeah. But for the
Yes.
prime slot, he's probably
Yeah.
not going to see play.
No.
His
No.
special on movement is charge, leap, climb once per turn. When a friendly character that can use leap, climb is given a move action and moves 4 squares or less. After resolutions, they may make a close attack. And then his special on damage is leadership, and when Beast Boy uses it and succeeds, this turn friendly characters that have the Teen Titans team ability may use it as free. So, if you pair him with Starfire, you get to heal your entire team 1 click as free when he hits his leadership. if you're running Teen Titans. Because Starfire lets you heal multiple characters with the Teen Titans team ability, with one character getting the action token, but if he hits his leadership, it is now a free action. So,
Right.
for your Prime slot, you're really only seeing it on a Teen Titans team if someone's courageous enough to run Teen Titans.
He definitely sounds better than Destroyer.
Or Imagine.
I'm talking on a animal team.
Hey, stop.
All right.
Yeah, all right. Let's
That's
move
why we
on.
call him TIE Fighter.
Yeah.
Just wait till. Oh, Bob. I'm not gonna bring it up. Anyway, so moving on. Negative Man. He is unique, has the Outsider's team ability, and a trait. Power. Generate a negative spirit bystander max of 1. If the negative spirit bystander is on the map, Negative Man can't be given move actions or make an attack, but he can be carried for his empower. When Negative Spirit Bystander is KO'd after resolutions, roll a d6 and deal Negative Man damage equal to half of the result protected pulse wave. So the Negative Spirit Bystander is the one that's going to be doing all of its attacks for him. And it has a trait that says free. If Negative Spirit wasn't generated this turn and is adjacent to Negative Man, remove the Negative Spirit from the game. So that's how you get the Negative Spirit out of the game before it's KO'd. His special on movement is Passenger 0, Hypersonic Speed. When Negative Spirit uses Hypersonic Speed after resolutions, deal 1 damage to an opposing character he moved through during the action. He also has Super Senses and Exploit Weakness.
Yeah, just hope you keep rolling ones on the damage. R2. 1 or 2, you're okay.
Hey, does exploit damage have to be damaged from an attack?
Yes.
Yes.
So that deals 1 damage, is not exploited damage.
No.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, but on the
Yeah, you
roll
are
for,
correct.
but since he has toughness, as long as you roll 1 or 2, he won't take any damage from the negative spirit being killed.
Right.
Well, yeah, but I was also talking more for just the spirit itself and that 1 damage it deals if it moves through a character.
Yeah. I mean, what you could do is give Negative Man something like the stones. So that whenever he puts out whenever his thing is removed, he's only getting dealt like 1 damage, and that's only if he rolls a 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Negative Spirit also has the Outsider's team ability.
Which is nice.
Yep. Good for a Doom Patrol team. Does he have any other keywords? Soldier. Okay.
Oh, Soldier's good.
Soldier's decent.
Yep.
Okay, so that takes us to Sportsmaster. Sportsmaster comes in at 60 points, has team player team ability because there is no I in team, 5 range, triple bolts, running shot with a 11 attack, special on attack, 17 defense, special on defense, and 3 damage with enhancement. Improved targeting, can shoot out of adjacency, and rally on opposing attack rolls of 5. When Sportsmaster makes an attack, he may replace a die in the attack roll with one of his rally dice. His special on attack is Incapacitate. When Sportsmaster uses it, he also deals normal damage to hit characters given an action token. His special on defense is Toughness, free, choose 1 for Sportsmaster to use until your next turn, Combat Reflexes, or Energy Shield Deflection. Wish they could have just given him both, but that's cool too.
Hey, question on that though. So when do you get to choose that?
It's a free action, so you can choose it at any point during your turn.
So like somebody decides to make an attack, and based off that attack, if I haven't already chose it this turn, I can say, okay, I'm choosing combat reflexes.
You gotta choose it on your turn.
Yes,
On-
you got to choose on your turn.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
But you could give him, Batman ally team ability with his martial artist keyword, and then choose combat reflexes, and then just go from there. Not a bad piece. That anytime you see Incapacitate, but also deals damage, it's going to be pretty solid. He comes in with enhancement as well. Not bad. Not
And
bad.
he's got 3 arrows.
Okay. So we're about to get into Deathstroke.
Yeah.
I've done all the reading up to this point. I am going to let one of you guys take over for me here. Anybody who wants to talk about Deathstroke, please take the reins.
Bob loves him some Deathstroke.
I knew that was coming.
In fact, while Bob reads this litany of paragraphs and things, I'm going to go
Absolutely.
run to the restroom. Go ahead, Bob.
All right. All right, Deathstroke. Deathstroke comes in at, let me see. Lost my place. 150, 150. And you may play him at 150, 50. I don't know if you play him, but you could. He has 6 attack, 6 range with bolts, adjusted play team ability, and he's a wild card team player. Starts off with running shot with a 10 attack, a special, I moved it. Attack at 12, special, 18 with super senses on defense, and 4 damage with shape change at the 150-point mark. It has nice keywords of assassin, celebrity, hive, Injustice League, martial artist, and soldier. It has improved movement characters. And he has a trait called Deutronium Crystal, the perfect plot device. When establishing theme teams, you may choose up to 2 characters on your force with the Justice League or Teen Titan keywords that are each less than or equal to Deathstroke's point value. The chosen characters gain Deathstroke keyword. So that's part of the theme team shenanigans we were talking about earlier. On his attack, special on attack, he has Sonic Burst Katana, Blaze Claw's Fangs, Knockback, Pulse Wave. When Deathstroke uses Pulse Wave and hits 2 or more opposing characters, you may instead roll a d6 and divide the damage equal to the result among the hit characters. So it's a way to have enhanced Pulse Wave. So for example, if you hit 2 characters and you're lucky enough to roll a 6, you can hit each of them for 3. Excuse me. His defense special is, I think you and I are destined to do this forever. Stomp. Mastermind, toughness, regeneration. When Deathstroke uses Mastermind, he considers friendly characters within 4 squares as adjacent. So, he is versatile enough that you probably can play him at any point level, and this may be the best of the rares.
It is the best of the rares.
I think
have we
is.
gotten to the point where we're talking about an Injustice League theme team yet?
We have not, sir.
Felix
So,
Faust
take it away.
Felix Faust is an Injustice League member, and you can basically run any unthemed team that you had if you throw Deathstroke on there, and it's automatically a theme team.
Well, with his special on his trait,
Yeah.
where he can, we were talking about team shenanigans earlier. We can take a Justice League or a Teen Titan and give their keywords,
Mm-hmm.
and he's a celebrity, martial artist, soldier, assassin. Yeah. He's on the celebrity team. He can bring in Wonder Woman, Death Metal Wonder Woman,
Well, because after
Oh,
Molecule Man rotates out, I really think Prime Batman is going to take his spot. Because you can pop out the stop sign for the barrier, and you get the smoke cloud.
Right.
And smoke cloud is free if he's on that for his utility belt.
With the utility belt. I agree.
Yep.
Him and Mad Jim will probably be the 2, depending on what you're running.
Mm-hmm.
And again, as I said, he's versatile enough. I think you could actually run him full dial if you wanted to, with 11 clicks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
Easily.
Yes, easily. Unoutwittable mastermind. Yes.
Yeah. And he's a 10-pole that you can run and build it. So you don't even have to do the team shenanigans if you don't want to.
Man, that mastermind is so broken.
Well,
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Characters within 4 squares as adjacent. He doesn't even have to have line of sight of them. He could be on the other side of a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's
your
brutal.
point?
That's brutal.
No, it's not.
Well, here's
If
the
it was
thing.
if it was 8 squares, I'd
If
agree.
it,
But
if
it's
it
only
was 8
4.
squares, he was 50 points less, and he popped out his
Shut
own.
up. Huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
But for a rare slot, that's not something that we're used to seeing. Is something
No.
that's this viable.
Yeah.
I would expect to see this at the minimum on a super rare, if not a chase. In all honesty.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of wordage to this guy, and a lot of detailed thought went into his abilities, I guess, and powers.
Well,
Even
we
his
haven't seen.
pulse wave, that's so
Oh my God,
good.
So good.
Eric devastated me with that damn pulse wave. When we played our pre.
Yeah, I got extremely lucky with my pulls
Oh,
for a SEAL team. I mean,
Yeah.
it was probably the best SEAL team that you could
Is the
do.
best shield that could have been pulled.
Honestly, with the yeah, it was because you can't pull the rings with all the lanterns.
Nope.
So, okay, so from Deathstroke, let's go into Peacemaker. Have either of you guys? So Bob, I know you haven't seen it, but Josh, have you seen the TV show for this?
Yes. Yes, I have. God, and there's so many other like positions and poses that this character would have been really good under
Oh,
that I
man,
wish I could have seen. But it's fine.
it's
But
fine.
it's freaking hilarious.
Yeah,
It's so funny.
I really wanted, a trait or a power that said something about Aquaman in this thing.
well, you gentlemen are old enough to remember that Peacemaker was originally a Charlton comic character, not a DC character. They bought up Charlton Comics, DC did, and incorporated him into the DC universe. So that he wasn't even originally a DC character.
Yeah, but he is
So-
now, and he's
He
John
is now. I
Cena.
agree.
It's just nice to see a John Cena that's actually playable.
That's a huge.
That's actually legal to be put
Oh
on a
my
map.
God! Yeah, that's
Nice.
true.
Okay, so his first trait is all about the mission. When you gain 1 or more mission points after resolutions, heal Peacemaker and a friendly character 1 click. His second trait is sideline active, and this is probably where you're going to see him the most. Like I said, mission points is kind of a thing, but I'm not going to try to build with it until it's proven to work. But he does help it work a little bit more. So when a friendly character of 40 points or more is KO'd, and you already have 10 or more mission points after resolutions, you may generate Peacemaker on his red starting line from your sideline in that character's square. If Peacemaker started the game via this trait, when he uses PC, after resolutions, gain 1 mission point. His special on damage is PC. When an opposing character within range uses probability control to target a friendly character of greater or equal points than themselves after resolutions, give the opposing character an action token. So his red starting line is his 40-point line.
Point line.
Sorry, I clicked on Merchant Manhunter. 1 second. Okay, so his 40-point line is 8 movement with running shot, 10 attack, 10 psych, 17 defense toughness, and then 3 damage with his special. So, if you're I feel like you're going to bring this guy out pretty late game. That's when you're going to be at 10 mission points. So hopefully he doesn't die very quickly. But again, it's optional. So it's just a sideline piece that you have for free. It is something that can add to a mission point team. I'm upset that they didn't make it more like the TV version of Peacemaker. I feel like that's the better version, no matter what Bob says about his past.
I'm just giving you some history, gentlemen. Some history.
Like,
I'm not saying one way or the other.
Like,
You know,
like him accidentally like shooting one of his own teammates, like something like that. I don't know. It's
Like an eagerly bystander.
yes.
I saw the Suicide Squad movie, and he was
Yep.
in it. And
Yep. It's so funny. There's just so many things.
Yeah,
you know, I really like that. getting back to almost seriousness, I really like his I do what you do, but better is probability control.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
now, you know, making people take an action token is kind of nice, and it's another way to hear Josh scream when he's trying to use probability control and have to take a token.
It is.
Yeah, him plus Felix Faust.
Yeah.
Could be fun.
Nope.
It'd be fun. Shenanigans.
Yeah, shenanigans. Okay, so the real fun piece in the rares is Martian Manhunter. And he's probably my favorite rare. I'll go ahead and talk about him. He starts top dial pretty blank, special on movement, 17 defense with willpower, and then 1 damage with perplex. And then he gets into all the things that Martian Manhunter can do. He does have the Outsider's team ability and PD team ability, 75 points, 5 damage with 2 range, and some great keywords including Detective, Justice League, Outsiders, and Police. So his trait: when Martian Manhunter uses the Outsider's team ability and targets an opposing character, that character can't be given free actions until your next turn. So this takes away any perplex that they had, any second attack of a flurry, any outwit, any PC. PC
Yep.
is a free action. Actually, I'm not sure if PC is a free action anymore. Let me grab my pack, because I know you can use it during mind control. So it is not a free action anymore. So they can still use PC, but it does get rid of perplex, outwit, and any other free actions that any characters can do, which you do see a lot of in the meta. I'm thinking mainly of Sicarian Iron Man. He can no longer free choose powers, stuff along those lines. So his special on movement that he only has on his top click is Detective John Jones, Denver Police Department. Opposing characters can't target Martian Manhunter unless he has made an attack this game. At the beginning of your turn, you may deal Martian Manhunter 1 unavoidable damage. So he's not getting into the action until you choose to put him into the action. With that perplex, I immediately go to giving him the cloak and then just tying down an opponent, and Outsider's team of building them so that they can't use any free actions.
It's horrible to go up against. Feels so bad.
In meta, it will not be that bad if someone plays it.
Yeah. But
how
I've
do you-
only played against him with Eric and Sealed, and
Yes.
he
I played him. Yeah.
he went to work. He did very well. And honestly, Eric, we played it wrong too, because what was his ability that says if he hits, that's when, okay. So if you it's only when he where is that? Let's see. Unless he has made an attack. So even if he's taken damage in a turn,
He had moved. He had gotten off that power at that point.
oh,
Right.
oh, because yeah.
Yeah,
That's what it
he
is.
loses
Okay.
that power whenever
So
you
what- yeah,
deal him.
I got
up.
it.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. The question I have in meta plays is, would you play him at 75 or play him at 50?
If you're playing him in meta, you're playing him at 75. You get so much for that, just that top click. I'm playing him at 75.
Well, I have 2 words for
Wait.
you, my friend. I have 2 words for you.
Huh.
Poison ivy.
Okay, if you see Poison Ivy in a meta event,
Yeah, I understand.
Wait, are you serious? Like, you really think that you'd see Martian Manhunter in a metagame?
I
I
think so.
I have definitely thought about putting him on Justice League with Green Lantern Batman.
Huh.
Dude, he
That
he
top
can't-
click, you've got to get him up to top click.
Well, how do you do it? You only
Poison,
do it. You
like I
only
said.
do. Yeah, you only do it with.
You have to poison.
You
You have to
only do it
poison
with poison. The how many characters out there in the meta right now have poison?
Sicarian Iron Man.
Can choose poison. You know.
Okay. Red Lantern ring.
Sure.
Pulse Wave.
Can't target him. Is it
You don't
can't
target
him?
somebody.
yeah, but you
you
get rid of all powers and abilities when you pulse wave.
You can't target him. You can't use pulse wave against him, I don't think.
He doesn't have the power.
Opposing characters can't target Martian Manhunter.
Mm.
And pulse wave is a ranged attack. You have to be able to target him. Eric, you're our judge. You're our rule
I'm looking
maven.
at it. I'm looking at it.
Well, then stealth.
Yeah,
I believe
it's
it.
yeah, but
Stealth
it-
doesn't matter.
here's the thing: the trait is an ability, right? So, pulse wave. Other characters within range can't use powers or abilities, so it takes away the trait or the power that allows him to not be targeted. Yes, he can be pulse waved.
Yeah, exactly like the same way you can pulse wave a stealth character. Like you can't target a stealth character if you're not like adjacent to him.
Right, and pulse wave does not give improved targeting hindering, but it does take
Yeah.
away the stealth.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, pulse wave.
Pulse wave and poison. So yes, a Sicarian Iron Man could poison him.
Energy shield or energy explosion doesn't work, does it? Or quake.
Right. Because you
Right,
can't
because
be
you have to
targeted.
target.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
But a Sicarian Iron Man could get rid of him pretty quickly, pretty easily, honestly.
Poison and flurry.
Poison, and then he also has outwit, so he could outwit the invincible.
No,
and
I just
flurry.
think 75 points, that's like almost a third of your team to stop.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's a
Yeah.
big amount.
it's a big
Well,
amount.
I don't think that you would play him like you played in the pre-release either. I don't think you're going to run up there and base the team like you did.
Not if he. Obviously, I would put more thought into whether or not I do that. I wouldn't do that again if there's a poison ivy there.
No, I understand that, but you weren't
But-
expecting that to happen to you.
No, I wasn't. But I also wasn't reading through very thoroughly everything.
I
But
understand.
the but if someone,
I
I don't know if I would put him on a team, but if I did, I would definitely be a lot more. I wouldn't be as liberal with throwing him up into the action. But the fact that he doesn't have to go into the action
I agree.
until I choose to. I mean, that's 75 points
Well-
that you can't really score until I.
Yeah, it's also 75 points that you could use for an attacker too. That's the thing. You know,
Yes.
I mean, I understand that you can take the click at any time and put it into place, but
Right.
Yeah,
It
he
goes
does-
into point denial or.
right.
Yeah.
And it's 18 invincible with shape change is a nice combo.
Well, the reason
It really
why
is.
the reason why I kind of think about doing it is, okay, so he has a team up card, Detective Theme Team. If Martian Manhunter is part of the listed theme team, standard friendly characters that share a keyword with him have the Outsiders team ability.
So everyone gets it.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that's kind of where it's like, well, I could run him. Yeah. So it's not terrible, and it's great
It's
for
not
a
terrible.
rare. Great for a rare.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
love the fact that they've included some rares in here that are insanely powerful. Another one of them is Scarecrow.
Yeah.
Scarecrow comes in at 35 points. He's 5 clicks long for 35 points with Shape Change and Mastermind. Rally die of 3 for all attack rolls. Smoke Cloud free. Remove one of Scarecrow's rally dice to use Smoke Cloud as free. A whole Smoke Cloud as free. That's really good. His special on movement is Mind Control Stealth. Mind Control as free. Mind Control as free, but only to target characters that occupy terrain markers generated by Scarecrow for free, regardless of range or line of fire. This character's very good.
For 35 points, he's awesome.
Oh yeah. Regardless of range or line of fire for his free mind control. Yeah. Batman enemy team ability, you could wildcard something that has a 12 or something like that.
Yeah.
Just stick it next to it.
And, and as we've talked briefly, you can run that smoke cloud around the corner. And mind control somebody is, not line of sight, so it's not.
They'll get that plus
Line of
one.
fire.
They'll get +1 to their, or he'll get -1 to his attack, won't he?
No, are you talking about hitting someone from
Yeah, from mind
hindering?
control.
Are you talking about like the hindering bonus? They would
Yeah.
I think they would get the hindering bonus.
So he's basically swinging with a 10.
Yes.
That would be his downfall.
Yeah. Yeah,
But for 35
it's
points,
35
I mean-
points, and it's a free mind control. So
Yeah.
what you could do is mind control them to get up close or something like that, and then
Mm.
mind control is free. And he does have stealth, so maybe you want to do the smoke cloud underneath your
Yeah.
characters.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, 35 points for, because threes happen all the time, and he gets them for all attack rolls. So it's basically 35 points for free smoke cloud. And I would pay that. And then you get a free mind control on top of it. Yeah, one down. Very good. For keywords, you're looking at Arkham Asylum, Gotham City Underworld, Legion of Doom, Scientist, and Secret Society of Supervillains. So Scientist for him. The Prime Scarecrow is the Sinestro Scarecrow. So this character is down right. I don't like him at all. Arkham Asylum, Gotham City Underworld Monster, Scientist, and Sinestro Core, Running Shot, Pen Psych, Shape Change, ESD, range of 6 with the Batman enemy team ability, comes in at 75 points. Perplex. When Scarecrow uses Perplex to target an opposing character after resolutions, you may generate a hindering terrain marker in their square. Giant Reach of 3, Poison, Smoke Cloud as free, but only to generate 2 markers. Free, roll a d6. This turn, Scarecrow can use the listed effect, and when he does, it instead targets all opposing characters that occupy one of its generated markers, regardless of range, adjacency, or line of fire. 1 through 3 is Outwit, 4 through 6 is Mind Control. His special on defense that he gets on at the back end of his dial is Willpower, and opposing characters within range using Willpower only succeed on a 6. So the reason why I'm not too excited about this guy is he's got a 6 range, which is the basic range for Perplex, and it's a basic range for Smoke Cloud. So if he's Smoke Clouding out as free, and then using his mind control to target those characters, he could just mind control those characters. Right? Am I missing something here?
I don't think you are. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Say that again, though. Say what you just said.
So 6 is the minimum range for Smoke
Right.
Cloud. His range is 6. And this was brought up on another podcast that was talking about this. So I'm kind of going off of what they were saying. Perplex, I just don't see it. So Smoke Cloud is free, but only to generate 2 markers. Free, roll a d6. This turn, Scarecrow can use listed effect. And for the prime slot, everything he does is within 6 squares anyways, so it all seems to lead to redundancy, right? Because he could just mind control somebody.
Yeah.
It's not a free action mind control or anything along those lines.
No.
For the prime slot, it's a hard no for me. You do get the Sinestro Core ring, so that's something to think about. But that leads us to the brain. Bob, take it away.
The brain. 35 points. He has a 7 range, no affiliation, 3 clicks, starts with mind control. Excuse me. He ignores characters.
Who's
He has a trait, the Brotherhood of Evil. Leadership. Once per turn for all characters with this trait, the brain may be given a non-free action after being carried, but only if he shares a keyword with the character that carried him. Defense power. Finally, you face the greatest foe. Invulnerability, Mastermind. And he's tiny. So, in essence, what can happen is that if you've got somebody that's on the theme team, carries them, they make an attack, he can then mind control after that because he can take a costed action after being carried if it's someone that shares a keyword with him. He has Animal, Brotherhood of Evil, Scientist, Secret Society of Supervillains. So you're going to see him on animal teams and you're going to see him on scientist teams.
Animal teams, you also get Khazar from Avengers Forever.
Yep. And I would expect to see him, honestly, played with Iron Hammer, in all honesty, guys. Because Iron Hammers can carry him up, make the attack. He can then do a mind control and finish off a character if Iron Hammer didn't. And then what I think is super neat is if someone decides they're going to attack the brain and try and kill him, he'll mastermind on the Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer can then use his super senses, and if he hits it,
Nope.
he can then attack the character.
You don't get senses if you're masterminded too. You become
Because
hit
you're
with the
assigning
attack.
the attack to hit, so you
You
can't
become
avoid
hit.
it. Mhm.
Oh, that still stinks, but he's tiny.
Nice try, Bob.
You know, it worked. It should work that way.
Right. I get what you're saying though. Getting that free action mind control
Absolutely.
on top of at least a 6 damage from
Yeah, and
Iron
he's got-
Hammer.
And he has the same range. He has 7 range, just like Iron Hammer does, plus an outwit. I just don't see. I think you're malpracticing if you don't put him on your scientist team.
You are.
your animal team.
Yeah. Well, if you haven't seen the power of mind control through Thanos, then you're just wrong.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think he's.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
With the fact that he, of course, pairs with Monsieur Mula, or Mala, obviously they're just 5 points shy of 100 points together. But I don't know. Do you guys think that those two pair up really well?
I wouldn't pair it up that way. If I'm going to put him on a team, I'm going to put him on a scientist team. Well, first of all, I wouldn't use Monsieur Mala on my team.
No.
He doesn't bring enough for the points. But you can stick him on anybody else that's got a scientist keyword. Like I said, put him on Iron Hammer. Good grief. What he doesn't kill, you can mind control somebody that's next to the character you just hit to finish him off, and then run him up away from everything. That's how I would tend to use it, especially since he's tiny. You could set him down in hindering, so it's an 18, it's a 19 from range. Plus, he gives you an outwit up there also, and he's got leadership, so you can take a token off. Take a token off of Iron Hammer if for whatever reason you can't get it off through his willpower, Pyrocosmic. If you've got the hero battle, I mean, you've got another option. Try and get a token, keep him moving, attacking.
And if he somehow ends up taking a damage, he's only going to make somebody more powerful with his enhancement on second click.
Yeah, enhancement. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm outwitting that defense.
You think?
It is weird that for a modern meta to have so much cosmic power, there's not a lot of ability to take things away. Not that I'm aware of, at least.
So I really expected more of that in this set.
Specifically
that's
because
another
of
thing
Batman.
Right, and the team up with the Mystery Gang and how they're always going against mystical and monster people, and they always
Eric,
seem to be taking away other people's outwit ability. So
Right.
I really expected some way to get around Power Cosmic in this set. So that on top of the lack of keyword cheats, I know we got some in this set, but I feel like we should have gotten a lot more. Those two things are kind of my biggest disappointments of this set. Go ahead, Bob.
You said earlier we only get a DC set once a year. That's not true. We get a DC set every 2 years because it's rotating out. So
it's supposed to be every year. What I'm hoping
I agree.
What I'm hoping is that since this set came in at the very beginning of this year, maybe we get another DC set at the very end of this year.
I'd settle for one early next year, so that we have 2 sets at least for 2 years. That would be nice.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman 80 came out in 2021's April.
Yeah, it's rotating out.
So it was like in the middle of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rotating out.
Yeah.
So,
And it's a shame. I mean, if we had it for another year, it'd be different, but we don't. I mean, we had it for 6 months.
I'm kind of glad it is. Screw Scarab.
If we had it for just that last one, like you said, but at the same time, with how the chases have Wonder Woman were with their constructs, they had to rotate it out because with the people, you just made the constructs from them.
No, but see, that's why I think it would have worked. I think that actually would have made DC characters playable in the meta.
Oh, 100%, but that's
Like
why they
that
did
much
it.
more. Like those chases weren't sought after. But if this set had come out earlier, people would have gone running for those pieces.
And that's exactly it. DC would be in the meta, but often you just find kind of a few pieces here and there.
Right.
I mean, in our play group, at least, I see none of you really touch DC. Jeremiah, maybe.
Not a full DC team. That's about to
No.
change, obviously. But
I mean, that's not entirely true because Wonder
No.
Woman had its stint, and I mean,
Yeah.
Scare. I
I've
mean,
only
there's
seen probably
DC's
about
still
a-
heavy in the meta right now.
yeah,
Oh,
DC
yeah.
No, it came up with this set. Yeah, I'm agreeing, but I just
No. Even before this set, like I think the last DC set was more meta than this set.
Oh, the last DC
Oh.
set is, the effects of the last DC set are still being felt today.
Yeah.
It was there were several pieces on both of the top 2 world championship teams.
really.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yes. Oh yeah. Commissioner,
Well,
Scarab, Sky Tyrant.
You know what? I
Felix
completely
Faust,
forget
Chip.
about
Felix
those two.
Faust,
I
Chip.
forgot those were.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But
that-
even just the Wonder Woman, the shifting focus Wonder Woman was
Oh,
so
God, those
broken,
were beautiful.
it was so good.
so good.
So good. But the equipment is also rotating out, so you can't put it on death metal one way or
Yeah.
another.
Exactly.
But that's what I mean. Yeah, it's all rotating out. So all the things that work together with DC are kind of going away. Yes, Alex, you're right. If this set had come out, 6 months ago, people would have gone running for those hero chases.
Hey, getting back to what you were saying on the brain, if you're going to take an attack, if you're going to waste an outwit on my brain and then kill my brain, my 35-point brain, I'm going to let you do that,
Mhm.
so that you're not wasting any of your attacks on my iron hammer, and he'll pound you next turn.
You don't know how much outwit I have, sir.
I
You
have,
won't be able to use it on my iron hammer anyway.
not with that attitude.
Well, not with my hero dial on him.
Well, there.
Oh.
Yeah, we could.
Oh.
I could tell Bob my entire team and then make him shake in his boots. But no, I'm
Should
not
we move
gonna.
on to Freeze?
We should move on to
We
Freeze. So Freeze is another Batman enemy, and he gives everything that all the Batman enemies have given. And honestly, he's the best attacking Batman enemy that we've seen so far. He has improved targeting, destroys blocking, and can shoot out of adjacency. An 11 attack with a special that grants knockback, and when Mr. Freeze hits with a range attack, choose one. Hit characters are given action tokens, or hit characters can't use speed powers until your next turn.
Nice.
Very powerful. Rally die of 2 for friendly attack rolls, which is and it also grants him barrier. But free, remove one of Mr. Freeze's rally dice to use barrier as free, but only to generate 2 markers. I don't know about you guys, but I roll a lot of 2s as well.
You do not. You roll 5s and 6s. Quit fibbing.
Yes,
roll, like,
you
2,
do.
5 and 1.
I roll a lot of 2s.
I roll a lot of 2s with my 6s.
I want to say, and this is gonna be my opinion, this is probably the best Mr. Freeze we've got. There might be 1 or 2 that I might be forgetting, but
You're not.
You're not. This is probably
You're not.
Yeah,
this hits every point of Mr. Freeze's character perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
He's got, and I like that he can destroy blocking. So that's a little icing, on.
But he
On
can
the
shoot
cake.
out of adjacency too.
Yeah.
So you can
Which-
use that special attack every
Yeah.
time.
Yep.
I think will be very good. And do you guys foresee an Arkham Asylum or Suicide Squad team possibly creeping into the meta?
Honestly, no, because people are so gung ho about the chases and the super rares. And honestly, out of this set, people really want to play with the lanterns. That being said,
100%.
Arkham Asylum and Batman Enemy, it might be.
I think
The
it could
problem-
just for one thing. 25-point Harley Quinn, which gives any Batman enemy Suicide Squad.
Yep.
I think that's how you'll see it, Eric.
Fair.
Someone slips
Here's
a
the
25
issue.
point.
Here's the issue. There's no way to get rid of powers. There's no power cancel. Right? There's no character out on Arkham Asylum or Batman Enemy that can remove powers. And you're going to need that going forward. If you hope to contend with the best teams in the meta, you're going to need some way to get around stock clicks, some way to get around cosmic energy. But
There's not enough.
It might be
There's
enough.
not anything really in this set or what's wait a second.
Talking about the Connelly's,
Yes.
Batman and Jarro.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. There's just nothing in this set that screams counter.
It
There's a
doesn't.
lot of
You're right.
aggressive pieces or oppressive, but there's no counter pieces.
There isn't, and I expected to see more of that in this set, but we didn't get it.
A set solely based on detective and police, with, of course, the lanterns.
Mm-hmm. Nope, I completely agree. Okay, going on to Killer Croc. Killer Croc is 70 points, Batman Enemy again. Rally of 2 for friendly attack rolls. Free, remove one of Killer Croc's rally dice to generate a water terrain marker in his square. If you do, at the end of your turn, generate a water terrain marker in his square. So, this pairs with his special on movement, which is flurry and charge, but do not have speed if Killer Croc occupies water terrain. So the idea here is, you know, if you remove his rally die, you put him in water terrain automatically, he gets a charge for 8, flurry, do his Blades, Battle Fury thing, and then put a water terrain marker back underneath his square so he's in that pseudo stealth. Looking at Animal, Brute, Arkham Asylum again, Gotham City, Underworld, Monster, Secret Society of Supervillains, and Suicide Squad keywords. So he is an X-Men, Animal, Monster, if you just want to run Monster, but I don't see him making any of those teams really. If you want to run an Arkham Asylum, like what Alex is talking about, he probably makes your team as a main beat stick.
I mean, obviously, yeah, with Arkham Asylum, Killer Croc is 100% something you can't leave out.
Mm-hmm.
But, again, I mean, I feel like we've seen this Croc before, or at least something similar in a handful of the not recent sets, but past DC sets. I think we've seen something similar to this Killer Croc, so I wish they had done a different click in his place and pulled a legacy card slot for him.
Yep. Fair enough. But that takes us to Red X, and Red X does some mission points things as well. So, for mission point players, this might be of interest to you. The issue with Red X is his keywords: Assassin, Hive, Martial Artist, and Teen Titans. He does have the Team Player team ability and the Titans team ability. He comes in at 60 points with Running Shot, Energy Explosion, Super Senses, and Leadership. His trait, at the beginning of the game, generate an Evil Pizza Oven marker in a square within 3 squares of an opponent's starting area. The Evil Pizza Oven marker, characters within 2 squares have knockback. At the beginning of your turn, if there are more friendly standard characters within 2 squares of the Evil Pizza Oven marker, generate 3 mission points. So this is a piece that you want to play. If you're running a mission point team that operates in your opponent's area, if turn 1 you want to just run everybody up into their area and gain mission points, this is a piece you want to play.
Now, obviously, I've been extremely excited for mission points. I don't see playability in this one. His dial, beautiful. Love his dial. His mission points, if I'm understanding, your opponents can score as well. Or no, it doesn't say that.
No, it's friendly to your force, so it's really only for you to gain mission points.
Yeah. But then again, it's so like you said, you have to move and just sprint forward.
I wish they see Red X. This piece is one of those where I wish they had gone back to the original Teen Titans set or original Teen Titans series. 'Cause I
Yes.
feel like that Red X looked a lot cooler than this one, but okay, that takes us to Bane. Bane comes in at 100 or 40 points. Really, doesn't matter where you decide to play him at. I guess 40-point line would be the one, but he's only 3 clicks long at that point. What you're playing him for really is for his team up card, Team Up Secret 6. If Bane is part of the listed theme team, friendly characters that share a keyword with him have the team player team ability. So this piece is really only good until another piece that's really only good until Wonder Woman 80th rotates, because then we lose out on all of our Secret 6 characters. Okay, so rally up 2, friendly attack rolls free, remove one of Bane's rally dice to modify his combat values +1 until your next turn. Special on defense is stop and invincible, and then his special on damage is leadership and outwit. So really, you're only going to play this guy at 100 points, and at that point, you're not going to play this guy. This guy isn't worth it.
This is not a Bane again. Same as Killer Croc. I feel like we've seen better Banes. I don't understand why we have running shot on the top of his dial. I feel that this would have been better for someone else in Batman's Rogues Gallery.
Yeah, if they made another Firefly, that'd be kind of cool.
I was just
Boomerang.
exact same thing. Yeah, that's more Flash.
Boomerang, it's a Flash, man. Come on.
I know,
We
but
could have gotten maybe a Hal Jordan to fill in the spot that we would need for the Sinestro Hal piece.
I agree there. That would be
And
good.
dip into the rares to allow people to have easier access to a lantern.
Mm-hmm. I agree there. But that's Bane. Then let's go into Aquaman. So Aquaman is very good if you are running a dolphin-centric team. So talk about his 100-point line. His trait. So the King of the Seven Seas, at the beginning of the game, generates 7 water terrain markers anywhere on the map. His second trait, Leadership. When Aquaman uses it and succeeds after resolutions, you may generate a water terrain marker in a square within range, or generate a tentacle bystander max of 8 in a square of water terrain within range. If a 6 was rolled, you may generate both. The special on damage is Close Combat Expert and Power, and when Aquaman uses Empower, he may treat friendly characters with the dolphin symbol occupying water terrain as adjacent. So again, very good if you are operating with a dolphin symbol team. He comes in at 100 or 50 points. At 100 points, you get Invincible, 11 attack, 4 damage Quake, 11 attack, Quake, 4 damage with the special. And then at 50, you've got 10 attack with Super Strength, and 3 damage with the special. Very good for Dolphins, otherwise not really worth putting on your team. Really looking at that Atlantis keyword if you want to run a theme team with this guy.
The tentacle tokens aren't bad either because they give out Empower and have Plasticity. That's kind of a good tie-up piece. Maybe 50-point Aquaman if you're trying to run a modern Justice League team.
Now there was, correct me if I'm wrong, there was a Susan, Queen of Atlantis in Future Foundations that gave you mission points based on the number of water terrain markers in your opponent's, closer to your opponent's starting area or something like that.
What was her name?
Susan, Queen of Atlantis.
Yes, it was a super rare from Future Foundations, and nobody wanted her. If you pulled her, nobody wanted her.
What do you take? Yeah, no one would touch her.
Yeah.
Yes, it is her -2. Storm of Atlantis. Free, gain 1 mission point for each water terrain marker generated by Susan, Queen of Atlantis, that is in a square closer to an opposing.
Okay,
Yes,
so it has to be generated by her.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind then. I was thinking maybe that's something.
No, that would have been really cool if they had left off that, but they really locked that piece down.
Okay, so that's
Okay.
Aquaman. Very good for
So-
dolphin symbol people. All right, 200-point rare Wonder Woman. Again, this is probably not the Wonder Woman you are reaching for, but very good and sealed. If you can pull a 200-point piece and sealed, you're probably going to win, unless you're going up against a Martian Manhunter. So, 8 movement, flight with hypersonic, 12 attack with super strength, 19 defense with special. Her trait is the Golden Lasso. When Wonder Woman hits after resolution, she may use Mind Control as free, but only to target a hit character. Her special on attack that she gains on click 4 is Blade's Claw's Fangs and Incapacitate. Her special on defense is Energy, Shield Deflection, Invincible, and Super Senses. So, like I said, until Wonder Woman 80th goes away, she can get the bracelets on her, but otherwise, meh. 200 points, great and sealed.
As you said, great and sealed. It reminds me kind of the old school 200-point Wonder Woman from Superman Wonder Woman. That rare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like, as you were saying, the bracelets with the golden lasso would be really interesting to see.
Yep. And who knows what they do with rotation. Because this set released so late, some people are holding out hope that Wonder Woman 80th stays for another year. But I'm not going to be one of those people. I don't expect it to stay.
They could make the exception because of this set. And how
Right,
much.
because this set didn't get released last year. And I think this set was expected to release last year. That's why, it's been over a year since we got a Wonder Woman set.
Mhm.
Okay. Now we're getting into the super rares. Let's talk some Jon Stewart. Do we want to talk some Jon Stewart? They really messed with this guy. So his trait,
Sculpt makes sense.
the sculpt makes sense. His trait is willpower. Yes, his trait is willpower, and yes, he does have willpower on the dial. So willpower. When Jon Stewart uses it and succeeds, he takes a maximum of 2 damage from attacks until your next turn, which is not a bad trait when you compare him with the Green Lantern ring. His special on defense is Barrier and Invulnerability. Barrier as free, but only to generate 2 markers.
So what do you think was supposed to replace that last 3 clicks of willpower?
I don't know. Maybe ESD? Maybe, or Barrier. Barrier, that might be, like light blue might be an easy switch with purple.
Maybe, and with how much work he does with Barrier, it would make sense. They're pulling it. My personal wish for Jon Stewart is to get the scene from Blackest Night where he has all the Marines he is making on this graveyard planet.
Mm-hmm.
I thought with the sculpt of this piece alone, that's what we were gonna get. And so it really.
And your hopes were dashed.
Yeah, and with a piece like.
Excuse me. But at 50 points, he does start with Perplex. At 75, he starts with Enhancement. I don't know.
The enhancement, I think, again, Justice League or Green Lantern Corps, that can kind of play into your team, maybe a Herald team.
It just feels bad playing him with traded willpower and willpower on the dial.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go into.
Wait, real quick. Do they ever errata stuff like that? Like, could that potentially be a mess up? Like, it has to
It
be,
has
right?
to be a mess up. It has to
It
be a
has
mess
to
up.
be. There's no doubt about it.
That
has
is
to be
a
messed
screw up. That is a huge mess up, and that's something that they haven't messed up before. That's why it's like, what the hell?
I can't think of it. No, there's not really time beforehand.
No, they've never double powered a character before. So
They have.
they have.
Bob would know.
Yep, they have in the past, but it was specifically for an outlet, which doesn't apply now at this point.
Mm.
But no.
Now there are
Well,
maybe it's for those events where you can't run special powers, but then you wouldn't reach for this.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't
No,
do
they
that.
wouldn't do that. This is a mess up.
It's
Yeah.
a mess up. Yeah.
You know, WizKids always will look for an out.
But, even absent that, for 75 points for a Green Lantern, I'm not reaching for him. I'll reach for a different Green Lantern.
Which Green Lantern are you reaching for, Bob?
With Joe Mullen.
Joe Mullen. Oh, fair. Yeah. I forgot about Joe Mullen. Okay, so we'll get to
Yeah.
her.
Is another Green Lantern in the set, aside
Yep.
from Batman.
Yep. So Sinestro. Sinestro is 125 or 75 points. This is the Sinestro you're probably going to bring out when Hal Jordan and Sinestro dies. So keep that in mind. Click 7 is where he would end up. So Sinestro at 125. I'm going to just look at him there and then read off all of his powers. His trait, Perplex. When Sinestro uses it, he may negatively modify damage values. This works really well with his ring, with the yellow ring, so he can perplex down somebody's damage by 2. He has invincible, so unless they have a 5 damage, they're not doing anything to him. Or unless they have outwit, because then they can outwit his perplex, or they can outwit his invincible. So that's something to keep in mind as well. His special on attack is knockback and pulse wave, but each hit opposing character is dealt 2 damage instead of 1. So you can hit characters on your own force, but they would only be dealt the 1 damage. Characters on your opponent's force would be dealt 2. His special on damage that he gets on click 3 through 6 and on his last click is leadership and outwit. I don't know why he doesn't start with his special. I feel like he should, especially at 125 points. He should get that leadership top dial, but he does not. He starts with outwit. At 75 points, he does start with that special, and that's probably where you're going to see him.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, at least there's
The
that.
beauty of a Hero Quick, both sculpt and dial.
Yes, great sculpt. Great sculpt. And it does look like they've actually put effort into this style.
Yeah, maybe this is why we got John Stewart the way we did, because they gave Sinestro too much love.
I don't like that idea. Okay.
No one likes the idea of John Stewart, but we at least like Sinestro.
Right, we do like Sinestro. Okay, so that takes us to the regular super rare Batman. 60 points. Special on movement, which is charge. And at the end of your turn, you may place Batman in a square of hindering terrain within range and line of fire. His special on damage that he has throughout his entire dial is Empower, Outwit, and Perplex. Improved movement, elevated, and characters. Yeah, I like this Batman.
Me too.
This just reads like a Batman. This is Batman,
You
right?
charge in, kick some ass, run out.
Yep.
Outwit and Perplex. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
let him Perplex.
yes.
Yeah.
Because before you leave, you get to drop some little goodies.
What do you mean?
Well, with the Outwit and Perplex, you could set up. Because
Oh,
I assume
gotcha.
that you don't have to retain line of fire.
Right. Well,
Or
I'm the way I would see this character being used, and at 60 points, it's not really viable. But somebody else carrying him up for the Perplex, Outwit, and Empower, and then him popping back 5 squares into a square of hindering terrain, so that he's out of the fray.
I could see this Batman with his charge. You charge up. Say you have a sword from XOS
Mm-hmm.
and you get someone real good. You can set up for either a really powerful Outwit Perplex combo, or you can take down 2 other, or not take down, but reduce the threat of 2 other clicks.
Yeah.
I think this Batman does have a little bit more playability out of this set than a lot of other Batmans we've got.
I agree completely.
Was it you who was saying that we hadn't had a good Batman? You were excited for this set?
Yes, that was me. And we got some decent Batman, including Green Lantern Batman, boys.
Go get him, Eric.
We'll see. We will see. So at 100 points, this is where I'm going to try to make him viable. So 100 points, 7 range, Batman and ally, Green Lantern core team ability, 10 movement, running shot, 12 attack with a special, 18 defense with a special on defense. He can be equipped with both the utility belt and the Green Lantern ring at the same time.
Yeah.
Special on attack is Smoke Cloud. Smoke Cloud is free, but only generate one marker. Opposing characters occupying or adjacent to Batman's Smoke Cloud markers can't use improved movement abilities and must break away as if they were adjacent to Batman. Its special on defense is Invincible Willpower, and when Batman uses Willpower and succeeds after resolutions, modifies combat values +1 until your next turn. This Batman, so at 25, obviously, he is a monster. So 25 points, you are getting the Batman Allied Team ability, the Green Lantern Core Team ability, you are getting the Utility Belt, and you are getting the Green Lantern Ring and all the constructs that come with it. On top of that, you are also getting Barrier, Outwit, and what else? Oh, and a Smoke Cloud marker.
Yeah.
So when this piece first dropped, I've kind of gone into this piece. I was really excited when they announced the Green Lantern Batman. So excited that I started playing with Iron Hammer, trying to prepare for kind of a tentpole piece. Didn't really get that with this guy. Got more of a really like a great support prime. Probably not on the same level as a Mad Jim Jaspers, but it's decent enough that it could do work, especially at 25 points. But it's Batman, and it's one of my favorite characters, and I feel like he, out of everybody in DC that isn't a Lantern, he would be the best Lantern. So I want to play him at 100 points, and we're going to see how that works out. But what he does really well is shutting off opponents' improved movement abilities and making them break away. Now, when he dropped, I didn't really see it, right? Because it's a 4 through 6 breakaway. They don't have plasticity. But the utility belt dropped, and it gave him access to plasticity. So we will see if this guy is viable at 100 points. At 25 points, this guy, we were talking about it before we started recording, once Mad Jim Jaspers rotates, which is a long way in the future, but we will live in a world where Mad Jim Jaspers and Molecule Man don't exist, and Green Lantern Batman does. So at that point, I feel like Green Lantern Batman is going to be the prime that people reach for. But for right now, at 100 points, it's not quite there, but I'm going to make it there.
This is what, the only of 2 Green Lantern Batmans we've ever gotten.
Yes.
And I liked how crisp this one is, not only sculpt-wise, but also on dial. You don't have a lot of confusing things you need to keep track of. You don't have a multitude of powers. It's just simply play.
I beg to
Play
differ.
and play with these, like, 4 powers.
So there actually is a lot that you do need to playing with this guy. There is a lot that you need to
Really?
keep track of.
Because he kind of looks just, not to be mean, very straightforward. Like,
You
have your utility belt on, that's where your variability is going to come in. If you play with just strictly the Green Lantern ring, which of course you're at 120 points, or is it 120?
It's 100
Well, does he come in with both?
for free.
Yes. For free.
Oh, damn.
That's why I'm saying the 25-point line is so good.
I'm following now. Sorry. That was my misunderstanding.
You're fine. The main issue that 100-point Batman runs into is that you can't run another prime with him. I mean,
Yes.
So if you could run like a Mad Jim Jaspers and swap these objects out for other things, that would be amazing, right? But he's a prime, so you can't do that. There is a lot to keep track of here. So the utility belt is very finicky because, as we've talked about, you can only use those powers until the beginning of your next turn, then you have to roll again. So you have to be able to plan ahead for those kinds of things. On top of that, you can only drop the Green Lantern constructs once per game. So you also have to keep track of, well, is this the best time to... You have to plan ahead. Like 3 turns from now, Green Lantern Batman might be surrounded and I might want the chainsaw. If I drop the chainsaw now and he kills the chainsaw, I might be in trouble. So there are quite a few things you do have to keep in mind running this guy. Now the Smoke Cloud marker is pretty straightforward. as far as that goes. But that also plays into the utility belt. Like, do I want to have plasticity this turn when I drop the smoke cloud, or do I want it next turn? Because I can't choose it unless I roll a 6 on my d6 roll. I can't choose it again next turn. So you have to keep all that in mind. And then on top of that, he's not protected outwit. So they can outwit his smoke cloud marker, they can outwit his defense, they can outwit his outwit, or whatever he grabs from the utility belt. They can outwit that.
I feel that's where they really dropped the ball with this Batman. This Batman is hyped up to be, as you said, Eric, one of the most ultimate badasses out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yet here we are, and he doesn't even have any protected outwit, from what I can tell.
No, there's no way to give him There are ways to give him protected outwit.
The
So
Herald Dial, obviously.
if you run the Herald Dial, he can't have the utility belt and the Green Lantern construct assigned to
Exactly.
him.
And so they made it to where he doesn't have an outlet of getting it, while yet utilizing his in darkness trait, Darkest Night.
You can run him with the super rare She-Hulk, and she can make him protected outwit. That's really the only way that I've found.
Is he worth playing at 25 points to bring in the belt and
Yes.
the ring
Yes.
and
Yes.
drop
Yes.
it? And
Because
drop
then
it?
you're paying 5 points for that
Well,
Batman.
Well, yeah, and drop it so
I don't
other
know.
people.
I don't know if you want to drop it because they're unequipped drop anyways, and he's only 2 clicks long, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't think that you want to drop them.
Yeah.
But
Well, you don't necessarily want to run Batman up there to drop a chainsaw either.
well, no,
20
that's not how you
No.
run him at 25
No.
points.
Right, for
No.
sure. That's what I'm saying. Dropping like the ring. I don't know. And then again, I guess you're gonna have a ring equipped to a Green Lantern person anyway, bro. I
Well,
don't know.
yeah, I think how you would view it is that you're going to use him as a support character who's going to carry everybody up
Yeah.
with the Green Lantern team ability, and then use all those powers that's on the utility belt,
Yep.
and the
Well,
barrier and the outwit.
Just think about this, guys. You can put this guy on there at 25. You can put Saint
Yep.
Walker on at 30, and you can put Star Sapphire from Wonder Woman 80th on for 25.
25.
And for less than 100 points, you have 3 characters that can pop out constructs.
That's insane.
It's great.
And it's cosmic theme.
That's insane.
Would if you took the ring off of Batman and he had, let's say, the boot out, since he took off the ring, does the boot go away?
No. The boot
Does he
stays until he's outside of 6 squares or off the map.
Okay, so that's the only way to get rid of them outside of a KO.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know any reason why you would unequip the ring. Are you talking about if he gets KO'd? Because if he gets KO'd, he leaves the map and the constructs would leave the map.
Comes off. Yeah.
No, he just goes, I don't need the ring to kick your butt.
Okay. I don't see any time where you would actually use a power action to
Well,
unequip the ring.
I was just, I think, listening to Josh earlier about just
Oh.
going in and dropping it.
Maybe like free actioning, popping out the stop sign or something, and then dropping the ring.
Yeah, and
I
then
hear you.
allowing somebody else to come pick it up and say they have the Green Lantern keyword. You dump 2 of your constructs out.
I see. That might be that actually might be a play, I guess, if you're
It
running
wouldn't
multiple
be
Green
early
Lanterns.
game. It'd be like right in the middle. That would be like a. Well, I'm really winning this scenario. Let me invest these 2 assets to.
Yeah, if you're running Herald team, but
Oh yeah, and Herald is so popular right now. I bet you will get probably something Silver Surfer related in the next Spider-Man set.
yeah, that'd be nice.
Because there's gonna be Fantastic Four.
Mhm.
You know how many surfers that are out there now?
Exactly. I think
Oh
I
my
have
God.
Deadpool Surfer, which, oh boy, 75 points. Oh, actually, 75 points on my Herald team.
Not bad.
All right.
All right,
So-
boys. Before we go on to the next one, I gotta get off here. I gotta go put my little girl to bed. I
Okay.
appreciate you guys and appreciate you letting me talk with you. And I'll see y'all later.
See you, buddy. Have a good one. Okay. I've gone over several ideas with Green Lantern Batman on a couple different YouTube videos. I'm not going to go too far in depth here, but some good pairings are the Rocket Raccoon from War of the Realms, and then obviously Gotham City. He makes Gotham City go because he is so many points and he can do so much. Okay. So that takes us to Saint Walker. And Saint Walker is probably my favorite Herald. I like him at 30 points, a lot better than 60, because you get TK enhancement.
Nice.
That's good.
Now you
That's really
you still get enhancement at 60, and he adds another one too. So let me just read this trait, both of his traits. We'll start with the first one. So it's Empower, and when Saint Walker uses it, he may treat other friendly characters within range and line of fire as adjacent. That's great because he starts with the Blue Lantern Ring, which will also increase their attack by 1. His second trait is attack rolls of 11, made by friendly characters within range are critical hits. If Saint Walker is 60 points, attack rolls of 10, made by friendly characters within range are critical hits as well. His special on damage on his 60-point line is Enhancement and Perplex. Now, the reason why I like him at 30, a little bit more than 60, is there is so much more that you can add to a Cosmic theme team or even a Herald theme team for those extra 30 points. I'm looking at Chip.
I think he himself is a addition to a team of either Cosmic or Herald at 30 points, not that you would be building around him.
Right. At 60 points, you're looking at him as an attacker. At 30 points, you're looking at him as a support. And I think he's so much better as support.
Yeah, I mean, you sit him back with your range pieces with that enhancement while he's still giving your melee unit amazing buffs.
Yep. +1 to attack and damage.
And
Very
just
good.
now, I think the big boon, and I like the fact that they made it 30 points. 30 points to get attack of 11's critical hits. 60 points is 10, so you're paying 30 points per. I like they're telling you this is how much of it is, and that is 10% or 20% of your build,
Right.
depending on what you invest.
Right. Bob, anything to add?
No, I think it's awesome. I think you got it pegged, Eric. 30 points, Cosmic team, awesome.
Okay. It takes us to Larfleeze, which is a lot of people's favorite from this set. He is the Orange Lantern for this set. He has a special on movement, 12 attack with poison, 19 damage with invincible, 19 defense with invincible, 4 damage with perplex. And again, the Orange Lantern Ring grants plasticity, and if they can already use plasticity, when they hit a character with a close attack, they automatically unequip that character and equip their equipment to this character. So, he does get that Orange Lantern Ring for free, and can pop out constructs as well. His first trait grants plasticity, so that's great for the Orange Lantern Ring, and opposing characters within range can't automatically break away. His second trait is Larfleeze can be equipped with any number of equipment at the same time. This is why the Orange Lantern Ring works really well with him, and why he is 175 points. When a non-standard character within range and line of fire is KO'd, that includes his constructs, after resolutions you may roll a d6 and heal Larfleeze equal to half of the result. His special on movement is Charge, Mind Control as free, but only to target non-standard opposing characters. That's primarily for somebody else's chainsaws. His special on defense that he has sprinkled in throughout his style is Barrier, Impervious, Barrier as free, but only to generate 2 markers.
Did you mention that 11 clicks of health at all?
I did not, but I expect that out of a 175 point figure.
Absolutely.
I think that's the biggest reason people are eyeballing him, along with Power Cosmic.
I think it's the Orange Lantern Ring.
Well, that too, yes.
I
I'm
think
saying
I
one
think
of
that's
the
what's
reasons.
driving him. Really,
No.
because he can unequip somebody's soul sword, give himself the soul sword. Now he has mystical capability. Okay.
Would
so
you add an additional ring onto him during force construction?
You can't.
You're right. Well,
he can only be assigned one equipment.
ring
He can
at the beginning.
he can only be assigned one equipment during force construction, but
Correct.
during the game he can be equipped with as many things as possible. But
Can I run equipment off of somebody with the new rules if those have taken place yet? Like, do I have to assign an equipment?
yes, no, equipment cannot start on the map.
You can't start on the board anymore. Yeah, you have to assign it to a character, but so the character, if you want something on a character, you assign it to him, pay the cost, they can drop it, he can pick it up then.
Okay.
Or since he's cosmic, you run it with Mad Jim Jaspers,
And then, yep.
and then power action equip him with something from your sideline. Very, very good piece. I don't know. I mean, you could run him at 175. I don't see any reason why not to.
And pull around him, absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, and then at 100, he's just really a secondary attacker. I mean, that invulnerability looks scary on this top click, but you can equip him with something from Mad Jim, give him shape change, or maybe the Wonder Woman bracelets or something like that.
I know what I'd do. I'd have someone carry the Justice Stones. Just have him drop it. He can pick it up. Kind of invincible.
Yep.
Yeah, the
Or
stones.
or you could, like you said, Mad Jim him. Put it on.
Yeah, Mad Jim the stones onto him. Mad Jim.
Yep.
Yeah, Mad Jim the Warlock Sword. Mad Jim the
Yep.
something.
What's the one Scarlet Witch has for Disney Plus?
Darkhold.
Darkhold,
Mm-hmm.
Maroon. Yeah.
Yep. Very good.
Yeah,
piece.
we're still waiting on the ruling on the sideline, aren't we, Eric, for the rules.
Which part of the rules?
The one more whether you can have equipment on the sideline.
No, we are not. You can still have equipment on the sideline for Mad Jim.
Okay, so you can load it up.
Yep.
Do I have to have constructs on my sideline?
No,
No, they come from
those
outside
are
the
created.
game. Yep, they're
Those
out
are-
from outside the game.
Well, I can't create more than one of the same per game.
Right. Unless you are a Wonder Woman 80th Lantern. Then you can. But the rings will only allow you to generate one of each construct per game.
That's what I've been going off of because I have both Sinestro and Flash.
Okay. Then yeah, the Wonder Woman 80th can generate each of the constructs as many times as they want.
Okay.
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 Next time.
So let's go into deck start. I'm going to kind of speed through. I'll pause for Indigo 1 for you, Alex, but
Yes,
I'm going to kind of speed through.
You're good.
So Dexstar has been out for a while. We all know what he does. Traded poison, Red Lantern ring, so it's penetrating poison. When Dexstar uses it and damages an opposing character, Dexstar has Safeguard Outwit until your next turn. Special on attack is Blades, Claws, Fangs, and Precision Strike. 50 points, Hypersonic Speed for 8 movement, Battle Fury, and Precision Strike gets around Shape Change, and Super Senses could be viable.
Beautiful piece. That's all.
Okay, then we will go into Indigo 1. And Alex, I will let you take the reins on this piece.
Alrighty. So, she is absolutely beautiful sculpt-wise. 60 points with 6 range, 2 targets. Her main power, like why you put her on your team, is her traits alone. Her first trait is support. When she uses it, she may target friendly characters within range and line of fire. And after resolutions, gains mission points equal to the number of clicks that were healed. And then her second trait allows friendly bystanders within range to use support. I think with that Indigo ring, you, again, 3 mission points on a heal. You can send out your big boy attacker, like Larfleeze with her would be pretty cool. But I think she is absolutely one of the big surprise pieces from the set for me.
Yeah, and we've
Go
been
ahead.
I've been kind of dogging on support as a power action ability. That's just because there's so many ways to heal for free in the game right now. But gaining mission points off of support is, that's probably something that definitely you could build around.
Well, here's where I think this set really kicked it in. And here in another couple clicks, I have another stopping point because you know why I like her.
Mm.
I love Indigo One because I feel like I assume you guys probably skipped over Peacemaker really quickly.
No, we spent some time on Peacemaker.
I feel this piece right here is how you obtain getting Peacemaker out rapidly. You have not pieces that would get their job broken, but you have lower costed pieces with her, or you have your high piece like Larfleeze, Iron Hammer, people like that. She just is there to sit back and heal. And for what I'm personally going to be building, giving her the Indigo Ring is going to allow me to pull out a lot more viability with the uh, power she already has. But the mission points system, I think, has gotten the biggest gain with her alone.
Okay. And like I said, if the mission points with the support is definitely something to be talked about. And if anyone can build that team, it's probably you. You've built some really good mission points and sent them my way. Mission point teams and sent them my way. No.
Yeah, I've been eyeballing running her, the Wonder Woman super rare, the generic one from this set, and
Hmm.
Malekith.
Right, and I'll let you spend some time with the Wonder Woman super rare as well.
Once we get to that point, I'll pull it all together for this big old bouquet.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so Indigo One takes us to Fatality. And one more thing before I leave Indigo One, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but I look at the style and I think Lady Roma. Am I completely out of line there?
Yeah, I think so.
You
She
think I'm
was,
you think I'm out of
yeah,
line?
I do. I don't think they're comparable.
Okay, all right. So let's go to Fatality. Fatality is your Star Sapphire lantern holder. She does have the mystical team ability. Improved targeting hindering. When Fatality uses the mystical team ability, after resolutions, modify her attack and defense +1 until the end of your next turn. With the Star Sapphire ring, it is 1 unavoidable damage instead of 1 penetrating. Very solid. Her second trait is Mind Control. When Fatality uses it, after resolutions, deal 1 penetrating damage to each target missed by Mind Control. And then her special on attack is Blade's Claw's Fangs with Persistent Strike and Giant Reach of 2. 6 square reach with her charge, 11 attack with the special, 18 defense with combat reflexes, and 3 damage with shape change. A very solid piece for the Star Sapphires.
I just want to quickly correct something you said when you were reading through. You said she does penetrating damage with her with the ring on.
No, she does.
It's
Sorry,
unavoidable.
she does unavoidable with the
Yes,
ring.
yes. I just wanted to make sure because
Not.
that does
Mm-hmm.
kind of change it.
Yep, you are correct. I'm sorry for my miswording. So Wonder Woman, she comes in at 145 points. Alex, take the reins, sir.
She has amazing roster of keywords: Amazon, deity, Justice League past, politician, soldier, warrior. 6 range, 3 targets on a Wonder Woman. Has Wonder Woman ally, and again is 100 points. And then here we go with actual traits. Super senses: when Wonder Woman uses it and succeeds, she cannot be targeted by ranged attacks this turn. In cap: whenever an opposing character within range with 2 action tokens would be given an action token, after resolutions gain a mission point. Charge: friendly characters that can use in cap can use charge. And then her damage power is once per turn. When an opposing character within range and line of fire attacks a character of equal or more points than themselves, after resolutions you may give the attacker an action token. So with her, Malekith from War of the Realms, I believe it is, his mission point stipulation reads: when you give a character their second action token, gain a mission point. So I feel as though he is 100 points. Now she's giving him charge. So now he can come up with his blades already printed throughout his entire dial. She just amplified him. She is his forte. Her trait, I played Jeremiah Thursday, and I did not miss with her Wonder Woman team ability, giving her 4 through 6. He could never shoot me with his who would he run? Anyway, I just never could get hit. If you have precision strike, it goes back to a 5 or a 6.
Right.
But I mean, giving in cap to or charge to in cap pieces, it pulls back to Indigo 1, who on starting click has in cap as of a 10 attack. I mean, this just bolsters the mission point team so much that makes it to where you can now with Indigo 1, Malekith, and this Wonder Woman have 3 sources of hard, consistent mission points with deep dials. This Wonder Woman has 9 clicks at 100 points, so on click 10 she's KO'd. Malekith I think is about the same length, and Indigo 1, that's your support piece at 7 clicks, 8 clicks dead. I think this gives longevity to the dials, and I can't wait to see what else can come from it.
Have you thought about running her at 45 instead of 100? And then
I
that way
have.
that way you can add some more mission point shenanigans to it.
I have. My idea for the mission points is to still stick with that Peacemaker. As soon as you hit 10, calling him in. I mean, yes, I could drop it down and I might tinker with that. I haven't really looked.
I think Uatu the Watcher from Future Foundations, he had a cool mission. He had a mission point mechanic with his PC that's pretty strong, as well as Immortus from the last set, from Avengers Forever. He's dice replacement, and he also gains mission points.
I will
off
say
of PC. Both of those pair really well with Peacemaker.
I've played this Wonder Woman a lot with Jeremiah. I played him, I think, 3 games. Her invincible top click with that senses, it makes her feel so powerful. She just won't stop coming.
Gotcha. All right, we need to rush this through. Let's
Yes.
spend some time on the Prime Wonder Woman, and
I
then
agree.
after that, I am going to push through.
Because there's
why
not much else to talk about
There's not
outside
much else.
Batman.
Yeah. So, the Prime Wonder Woman. The really cool thing you can do with this piece is with the Death Metal Wonder Woman, whenever she gets KO'd, can bring her back to top click. She also may start with the Utility Belt and the Green Lantern Ring, both assigned at the same time. And her other trait for the Fallen is really how you get her to top click as she gets KO'd with Death Metal Wonder Woman on the board. When a friendly standard character would be KO'd by an opposing effect, including her, after resolutions, turn Wonder Woman to click number 1. Wonder Woman can use the printed team abilities from friendly characters in your KO area. Very solid for 70 points just off that alone. But she also has Defend with a 19, Invincible, and Super Senses with the Cosmic Energy and Wonder Woman ally team ability. Running Shot, Pen Psych, Enhancement. Very solid 70 point Prime. Wish 100 point Batman was just as good. So, Joe Mullane.
I think she's actually not as good as him. I like Batman better.
At 100?
At full.
I don't know. She's protected outwit, has 4 through 6 senses.
I'll give you that, yeah.
And then she gets all the team abilities of people in your KO area. I like her a little bit better. But
I can't diss you on that one.
yeah. So Joe Mullane, Green Lantern Core team ability, Police team ability, 75 points, 10 movement, special on movement, 11 attack, bear on attack, 18 defense with super senses, and 3 damage with outwit. Her trait: when Joe Mullane uses willpower and succeeds on a roll of 6, heal her 1 click. Special on movement is charged flurry plasticity. Special on defense on the last 2 clicks are stop clicks with Invincible, and Joe Mullane gains the colossal damage symbol. So with her, with the Green Lantern Ring, once she hits those stop clicks, she she succeeds on willpower on everything except for a 1.
So she just can't stop, won't stop.
Yep, can't stop, won't stop. Hitting 12 for 4, 12 for 5 on those last 2 clicks. That's kind of what you're looking for.
That's great.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're living for. Charge flurry plasticity. She's pretty easy to ignore besides that, I think. Until you have a way to get rid of those stop clicks. But that's Joe Mullane. Cyborg comes in at 75 or 50 points. And is actually pretty decent as well. So I'm just going to read off of his 75-point line. He has improved targeting characters 6 range, Teen Titan Teen ability, 75 points, 10 movement with running shot, 11 with a special, 18 toughness, 3 damage, outwit. His trait, willpower, but succeeds on 4 through 6. When Cyborg uses it and succeeds, choose a standard attack power, and you may choose an adjacent friendly character. Cyborg and the chosen character can use the chosen power this turn. Special on attack, when an opposing character is generated within range or placed within range, this turn they immediately gain a mobile and modify attack -1. Very solid at 50 points, where he does start with that attack power. And that trait is probably the only way that you're going to have TK for Justice League after Wonder Woman 80th retires. So, Cyborg Darkseid is the Thanos of this set. 250 points, Cosmic Energy team ability. He also has a 125 point line and a 75 point line, all of which come with stop clicks. You get 3 stop clicks at 2 stop clicks at 250, and then 1 stop click at both of his others on his last click. So, trait. Children should not meddle in the affairs of adults. Knockback. When a friendly character knocks back 1 or more opposing characters, if at least 1 character they knock back hasn't been knocked back this turn, gain 1 mission point. If Darkseid is 250 points, when he knocks back 1 or more opposing characters, gain 2 mission points. Special on movement is phasing teleport. When Darkseid uses it after resolutions, he may make an attack. Special on defense is his stop click with invincible and super senses, and his special on damage is outwit, perplex, and RCE. So he's hitting 13 for 6 with pen psych on top click at 250, and then he hits that stop click at 20 defense with invincible and super senses. He has a Cosmic Energy team ability, so he can't be outwitted. He does have a 16 square reach with that 8 range. Very solid 250 point one-man army. At 125 points, he loses out on the special on movement, gains running shot instead, and then at 75 points, he has running shot still. Without the special on damage, he does start with the special on damage at 125. At 75, he starts without wit, and doesn't have access to the special on damage at all, but still hitting fairly hard.
I think he would be a lot of fun to run with the Scooby-Doo chases.
Which we're about to get into.
I know, it's a perfect segue. I think he genuinely is a really good piece. With his knockback giving mission points, if I'm recalling correctly, most of the Mystery Gang does.
But yes, they do all have Force Blast and knockback. So they all have this trait, this first trait, another mystery to solve. Except they each modify a different combat value. So, Fred's, when a clue token is placed on a friendly mystery card, friendly characters with the mystery ink keyword modify defense +1 until your next turn. His other trait, which I believe they all share as well, is called Elaborate Trap. Sidestep, Force Blast, Perplex, but only to target an opposing character who has been knocked back this turn. Fred's special on damage is Leadership, Support as free, but only if an opposing character with the monster or mystical keyword is on the map. He is a 19 defend at 60 points, and he is a 18 defend at 40, both with TK. Both with TK. Okay, so that's Fred. Daphne has the same Elaborate Trap trait.
Can I
And
just
then-
quickly say something about Fred?
Go for it.
His dial is surprisingly strange, but yet I like how it looks.
Fair. And again, they are also all team players, so they can all copy team abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Daphne. Her unique modifier modifies attack +1 for Mystery Inc. characters whenever a clue token is placed on a friendly mystery card. She does have the Elaborate Trap trait, and then her special on attack is Incapacitate Precision Strike. Free, make an attack, but only to target opposing characters with the monster or mystical keyword. So you're getting a free attack with 3 bolts, Incapacitate, PC, 12 attack on top click at 60 points. At 40 points, it's an 11 attack, and she has PC still, not Empower. But super senses, free attack, fairly decent piece. Chase Batman. This is the Batman that you want to get if you plan on playing the World's Finest Piece, or if you plan on playing a Batman. This is probably the best Batman in the set. So, his trait, Batman takes a maximum of 1 damage from close attacks. Adjacent friendly characters on their starting clicks take a maximum of 1 damage from close attacks. This pairs really well with stuff like the Joker, who has Mastermind. If you can get the Joker up into your opponent's face, then have this character sitting behind Joker. If they attack Joker and he masterminds to Batman, he's only taking 1 click from close attacks, and Joker is only taking 1 click off of his top click from a close attack. So, it gives all of your adjacent characters a stop click if they're hit up close. He is hitting 12 for 3 with Perplex and Precision Strike, 18 defense with Combat Reflexes, Batman Allied Team Ability, PD Team Ability, 8 Movement Charge, comes in at 50 points. Very solid chase. Now, the 25-point Robin, you are only playing if you are playing a Batman on your team. His trait, once per turn for all friendly characters with this trait. When an adjacent friendly character named Batman is given a move, close range, or power action after resolutions, you may give Robin the same type of action as free. This is a free movement, a free attack, a free charge, whatever your heart desires if you are playing a Batman. Again, you are only playing this Robin if you are playing a Batman. He has 8 speed charge, 11 for 2 with CCE, 17 defense with combat reflexes. Great 25-point piece if you are playing a Batman. If you are not playing a Batman, or if you don't plan on playing a Batman, trade this, sell this, get rid of it.
I do want to say, I think this Robin paired with that Batman is just a perfect combination of, like, they've done pairing clicks where you have your mate, you have to run with it for them to run really well. They did an extremely good job on this version in this set. I can't think of one right off the top of my head.
I completely agree. They really made Batman and Robin pair up very well together without it looking like they meant to, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't, like you can run Robin with any number of other Batmans.
I might
But-
honestly want to run that Robin with my Arkham Origins Batman.
Fair. Yep. So that takes us to Velma, who comes in at 60 and 40, as well as the rest of the Mystery Gang. She also has the elaborate trap trait, and her unique modifier modifies range +1 when a clue token is placed on a friendly mystery card. Her special on damage is Outwit. When Velma uses it, choose a keyword or team ability, and until your next turn, opposing characters adjacent to the target that have the chosen keyword or team ability can't use the chosen power. This is how you get around, this is how you get around Cosmic Energy or Protected Outwit for the Mystery Gang, is getting your hands on this Chase Velma.
You know, I honestly completely forgot about her Outwit. It reminds me of a mixture of the old school Nick Fury super rare with the Peggy Carter super rare, or common prime in the same set from Nick Fury, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah,
It's almost a combination of both.
also a fair assumption. Okay, that takes us to Scrappy Doo, which is the want to get Chase out of the Mystery Gang.
Is it really?
Yes, because he is sideline active. Let me at him, sideline active. When a friendly character with the shared keyword of 60 points or less is KO'd, after resolutions, you may generate Scrappy Doo from your sideline on click number 3 in that character's square. If the KO character had the Mystery Inc. keyword, you may generate Scrappy Doo on click number 1 instead. So on click number 3, he has 8 speed, charge, 10 attack with super strength, 17 defense with a special, 2 damage with a special. His second trait, when Scrappy Doo hits, choose one to last until your next turn. Hit characters can't be given free actions, or hit characters gain immobile, both very powerful. His special on defense, which he does start with on top click or on click number 3, is toughness, and when Scrappy Doo takes a maximum of 1 damage from characters with a monster or mystical keyword, Protected Outwit. His special on damage, which he also starts with on click number 1 and click number 3, is Close Combat Expert and Outwit. He is unique, so you can only run one on the sideline, but his keywords are Animal, Celebrity, Detective, and Mystery Inc., all of which, outside of Mystery Inc., are very playable in today's meta, and he will be on the sideline for each of those keywords.
I did not expect to get a Scrappy Doo chase whenever they announced the Scooby Doo team up thing. It completely took me out of left field whenever the set dropped and I saw Scrappy in the poster. I was like, "What?"
Yeah. Yeah, and he is the one to get chased. outside
And
of
that's
Batman
what's
and
even more baffling, you know? I mean, he is absolutely beautiful. I only think of Scrappy now whenever I think of the James Gunn Mystery Inc. movie or Scooby Doo movie.
Robin. Oh, fair. Yeah. So glad you took over DC.
Oh,
All right, so let's go into Shaggy. Shaggy also has the elaborate trap trait. His modifier is +1 to damage. He has improved movement, destroy blocking, and characters. His special on movement is charge. When Shaggy uses it and hits, if a hit character has a monster or mystical keyword after resolutions, he can use Flurry as free. Otherwise, after resolutions, he may make an attack. So, this is a Flurry, or charge for 3 attacks kind of piece. He does have 12 attack with Precision Strike, and then Shape Change and Senses for your double rollouts. At least on his 60-point line. On his 40-point line, he still has the double rollouts, but an 11 attack instead of a 12.
while we're here talking about all of the stuff, I really like the emphasis they put on the synergies in these chases. You know, you had your Batman and Robin who ran together, but you have your Mystery Inc. chases that run so smoothly together.
Mm-hmm. They really do, and they all operate with the mystery cards. So, again, just like Wonder Woman 80th, this is a chase set like the Secret Six. That if you want to run Mystery Inc., you're going to have to go out and get these chases.
Me too. I would love to run this team. You know me really
Yeah.
well. I like to
Yeah.
run these strange teams, and this is perfect because you have a lot at your disposal with each person, and I think that's really cool.
Oh yeah, for sure. You could run 6 or was it 5? 5 of these mystery game people at.
Are we gonna cover
60
at
points for
least
300?
one other figure that is in this set but out of the set?
You're talking about Shaggy?
Yes.
We will cover him.
Yeah.
But let's go into Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo is 1640 as well, has the elaborate
Mhm.
trap trait as well, and his modifier is to speed. His special on movement is hypersonic speed. Friendly characters with the Mystery Inc. keyword automatically break away if an opposing character with the monster or mystical keyword is on the map. So automatic breakaway for your entire team if your opponent is running a monster or mystical keyword piece, which happens a lot, especially today.
I wish they gave him the speedster keyword just to be even more trolly while they're just giving Scooby-Doo hypersonic speed. Because
Fair.
why not? At this point, we're giving out hypersonic after saying, we're not going to print this as much.
Well, speaking of hypersonic,
Yeah.
the 150 point Shaggy, Cosmic Energy, Big Chungus Shaggy, comes in 10 clicks long, invincible throughout the entire dial, Cosmic Energy, so there's no way around it, unless you have a way around Cosmic Energy. 9 movement with hypersonic speed, top dial, 12 attack, with super strength, 4 damage with CCE, and then a special on attack that he gets click 5 on to click number 10. Steal energy if Shaggy KOs 2 or more characters with a single attack after resolutions, heal him 3 clicks. He does have 3 bolts on him, so he can target 3 characters at once. This is great. This is a great way to heal, especially with the addition of all of the constructs. So if someone has 3 constructs popped out, he can kill 3 of them real easily, and then heal 1, 2, not up to top, but he can heal to click number 2. And anytime you can heal a character that has unoutwittable invincible, then you're doing pretty good.
Now here is my true dream because of this set. This Shaggy and Indigo 1. Because giving that ranged healing, that dial is not stopping.
It's not stopping. You are correct. You are
And-
correct, sir.
I Honestly, I do think that this is going to be a meta piece.
Yes. So this piece, so Thanos, we saw this with Thanos because he had invulnerability and the cosmic energy team ability, and he could reduce penetrating damage. Now, even he went down to toughness at some point in his dial, but he was insanely difficult to kill. Now, that might have been because he had free mind control and could shoot through everything, but getting past invincible when you can't outwit it is extremely difficult to do. The main problem that you run into is if a character does have the ability to get rid of cosmic energy and does get rid of the invincible, then he can be taken out. But
Yes.
other than that, he's insanely difficult. I mean,
His
10
big
clicks long,
weakness,
he's
yeah,
gonna, yeah.
his biggest
Yeah.
weakness is no range. If he had a little bit of range for like 6 or even like 4, just to give him some range for hypersonic.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I think even with his self healing, gets the game going.
Yeah, he's a very, very strong tentpole piece, and
Now,
probably the strongest piece that we've seen out of a play-at-home kit.
exactly. Now, as a meme lord, as they call them, I have to say that this is a perfect representation of where the source material pulls from. They they rarely kind of do good renditions of stupid memes. Holy crap.
Well, we're about to see a bunch of them with the Iconics clicks. If you haven't read about them, they are doing a bunch of clicks that are based off of memes,
Are you
including
kidding me?
a spider, like 3 Spider-Men that are pointing at each other.
Okay.
The Batman that's slapping Robin.
Yes,
The
I've seen
Wolverine.
these. I've seen these memes.
The
Yes.
Wolverine that's laying in bed holding a picture of Jean Grey. And I think that's really it that we've seen so far. But we haven't seen any of the dials. We don't know what it's going to look like. We
Wait,
don't
is
even
it
know.
a set?
Don't know if it's a set. That's the thing. We don't know too much about it. I
It-
think
it
you
would
can buy them individually,
It would be
but I'm not
nice.
positive.
I assume that's probably what they're gonna do. They've strayed away from this. I think Black Widow was the last gravity feed set.
Mm-hmm.
I know it pains them, but I really wish they would do that a couple more times just to fluff up.
It would be a
Because
good gravity feed set.
I feel like if they broke back to where their original state was, where they would do 2 sets in a gravity feed, that poises them to have a better timetable. And you can get better clicks, and you would have, like, the quality over hero clicks has been going down. We've all know this, but the biggest problems are your John Stewart in this set. That's the biggest glare right there, their quality going down.
Yeah. That and the Commissioner Gordon legacy card literally just says Commissioner Gordo. They left off
Really?
the N for every Commissioner Gordon legacy card.
And again, with creativity even too, the Killer Croc is just another Killer Croc. We could have, as you were both thinking, the Firefly would have been perfect. That's a smaller known villain, but a lot of fans of it. You could have added a rare Batgirl. You could have added a rare Hal Jordan. You could have added anything.
Well, and just looking at the dials, there aren't many different powers on each of the dials. Like I just pulled up Catwoman, and she only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different powers on her dial, and it's pretty evident where she like 3 clicks of super senses, 3 clicks of combat reflexes, nothing, really in there that screams creativity.
I mean, with the mashing of the teams, with everything with Teen Titans Go, Scooby Doo, Batman, and Lanterns, they had a huge pool of IPs to pull from and really hit hard. Then, of course, they really just dumped the Teen Titans Go into the commons. So everybody who didn't want this set because of Teen Titans Go, but wants it because of the Lanterns, now has to have a surplus of the Teen Titans Go.
Mm-hmm.
And have problems even getting the rings, because I don't think in our all booster pulls I've seen more than 4.
Well, there's a reason for that. Just like there's a reason for Scooby Doo. They're trying to bring in the younger players, people who want
Mhm.
Teen Titan Go. And if they put the Teen Titan Goes up in the super rares and the chases, they're not going to have that pool to draw on that they're trying to draw on.
Bob just waited for his opportunity. He's lurking in the back.
Well,
So,
the
so
Clayface common was beautiful. That was a perfect use of
agreed.
the common.
I
Mhm.
agree.
That's a great comment.
But the fucking Kid Flash, kick him out of this set. Doesn't even have anything that really goes with a Teen Titans team. Kick him out of the set. Get him off my set.
Now,
And,
but
you
we
know,
say that, but there are a lot of fans of Kid Flash.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not just your set.
I
It's
know.
everybody's
But what
set.
I'm saying is if they're not gonna make this Kid Flash work with the Teen Titans better, then why include him when you have so many other options you're trying to pull in from the set? I'm really disappointed in this set for a lack of leaning into the Scooby-Doo portion and giving us like Minor 49er, uh, the Jeepers Creepers dude.
Yeah, they didn't
Uh,
give any Scooby Doo enemies.
and
No villains. I agree. No
loved,
villains.
I
Mhm.
would have loved some of the weird ones. Like I can remember growing up on the old show, and that's what I thought we were going to get. I'm happy we have common and chase versions of each of the gang,
Mhm.
but I really do feel that they try to incorporate too many different themes, and that's what they always do with the DC set. They try to put too much in because they don't release enough,
Sounds like
and
we
it
just
just
need
goes
another
back to
DC set.
that one.
Well, yeah. If they were
One.
going to, Alex just hit on one thing. They need to bring back uh, smaller sets because they could have done a Scooby Doo set just like they did the Turtles. They could have done
Mhm.
a Teen
Yes.
Titan Goes
Oh
just
my
like they did the
gosh.
Turtles. And if it sold well, they could have another one, and they could have another one, and they could have done the first one, and you could have put in all those villains, all those different variations in there,
Instead
and then
of
they could
jamming it into a set with Batman
correct.
and
You know,
gotcha.
Right.
this Batman set would have done so much better in place of doing the X of Swords OP, instead doing the Batman team up OP. This would have been a better set to lean on,
Good
not
luck getting
only
DC to
introduce the
do an OP.
concepts.
Good luck
I
getting DC to do an OP.
Yeah, it's all contract, just like we were talking
Yeah,
before.
I know.
There are certain
there's
characters that are
reasons. Yeah.
contracted to put in every set.
Well,
And
not
if you remember, Alex, if you remember back in the old days, we still got more Marvel sets than we did DC sets. It may have been 2 DC sets a year, but you still got 4 Marvel sets. You got
Yeah,
2 to 3.
Marvel's always been very potent.
Right.
That's why I've always
You got more.
disliked.
You've always got more Marvel sets, even going all the way back to the very beginning, than you did
Yes.
DC
but
sets.
Alex, I do agree with you. I'm a DC fan.
Yeah.
I wish that DC was more like Marvel in this way, that they were more willing to.
Here's my plea for WizKids. If you're gonna take time between every DC set, take your time. Work on them, nurture them. Don't release just hodgepodge commons, hodgepodge uncommons. Yes, these aren't meant to be meta, but these are meant to still be in everyone's collection because everyone's coming out and getting your sets. So give us a reason.
Well, I don't think you can lay this at the feet of DC.
No, I'm
This is
not. I'm laying it at
this is
WizKids.
WizKid. You have
That's
to
what I'm
because
saying.
they're the ones that are picking the characters, with the
Mhm.
exception of the contracted ones. They're the ones that are
Yes.
coming up with the powers. They're the ones that setting the sets up. And it takes them. They have to lay this stuff out at least a year to 2 years ahead of time before the set comes out. So they this is intentional what they're doing. This is
Yeah.
part of a plan. We may not like it, but this is part of their plan for what they think is going to sell them clicks. And this gets back to what we talked about before when we did the state of the game. Are they really bringing in new people? Are they just cannibalizing us?
I think they're reaching. I think with this set alone, they're reaching for new players.
I will say this: I've had a couple people reach out to me already, just based on this set, wanting to get back into clicks because of Scooby Doo and Teen Titans Go.
I
Yeah.
hope so.
I honestly didn't expect it, but I've had 2 people message me wondering about the state of the game right now and how many people are coming out.
I actually, while I was on call earlier, had somebody message me.
Yep.
So
So
that's,
yeah,
I'd love to see us get back to
I
8,
think,
10, 12 people, a session. It'd be great.
yeah. I think this set, because of the Scooby-Doo, it calls players who grew up with that Hanna-Barbera to have new hope that IPs are coming. For people who played back in War of Light, the constructs are reminding them of their early days, and I think these are great renditions of constructs. They nailed it out of the park with this add-on. This blew my mind.
And I'll say one thing for WizKids. I opened up my case. I didn't have one duplicate construct in the case. Not one.
That's
you know what?
That's
Neither
really
did I.
impressive.
Not one.
Yeah, no, I got all different constructs.
And all different rings. No duplicate rings,
No
no
duplicate
duplicate
rings, no
contracts.
duplicate constructs.
Nope.
And another props to WizKids, this set came out on time.
It was early.
It was early.
Yeah.
I
This
don't.
is-
Yeah, I like it.
Guys, as much as we hate, as much as we love to hate on WizKids for not giving us what we want,
They
at least
did.
at least they get it to us on time.
All right, now I'm gonna go ahead and start crapping on them. What is with all of the Teen Titan Go pieces being broken?
Yeah, that's a rough one.
You guys made their
Well,
neck so thin.
It's
that-
been brought up. Josh brought it up earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I pulled 3 jinxes. It's just an uncommon piece, but I only have 1 jinx that wasn't broken.
Out of a case and a half, I've had only 2 broken figures. Now, Josh had a ton in his 1 brick, but me
Were
personally, I only had 2.
Now only the
They were
Teen-
both Teen Titan Go's.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was gonna say. Only the Teen Titans Go
They're
pieces.
fragile.
Yeah,
They're
And-
so top heavy is the issue. So
Yes.
whenever they get
Yes.
shipped out in the packaging that HeroClix has, it's not made for top heavy pieces.
what was that one top heavy where their heads were the size of bobbleheads and they were still HeroClix?
Teen
Tab
Titans-
app or something?
Teen Titans Go.
Tab apps, yeah. Yeah, the old tab apps. But they
Bob
had
remembers.
sturdy legs and they were basically individually packed too, and they weren't, they didn't come in, they were in special boxes and they were actually in the computer section. They didn't come in cases, in their regular packing in the boosters.
But these
So-
sons of guns were so big that they would eat
Yeah.
clicks because they would fall down onto their heads.
I've got a complete set of them stuffed away in the closet.
Okay, guys, I gotta get
Gotta
off
go?
of here. I gotta get off
Yeah.
of here.
I know.
We've gone on for twice
long.
as long as I thought we would. But
It
I
was-
appreciate you guys adding to the conversation. Alex, it was great to have you. I hope we have you on the next one.
I plan to try to be in more.
Yeah,
Hopefully
yeah.
we're not as long.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. You added a lot to the conversation, and I couldn't thank you enough for being here.
I hope I did. I hope I just didn't ramble on.
Well, you did a bit of that too, but we'll take it. Bob,
Yeah,
as
probably when I
always,
talked about my mission points.
it's all right. We'll get there. Bob, as always, it was great to hear your voice. And we'll talk to you guys next weekend.
All right, buddy.
Take care.
Take care.